5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: "Fire and be damned." They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pugh, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out two clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man. They were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, Two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamance Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamance Field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamance and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters, they were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulator's spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document. effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Trajan's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Trajan's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Trajan's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound, every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full, revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God. The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. A lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own, but his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendant's actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land. He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it, exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared. It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines, and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant. But he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. If you stand here today on the Alamance battlefield, the only sounds you'll hear are the rustle of wind in the Carolina pines and the distant hum of a highway. It's a quiet, solemn place. The monuments here tell a story of rebellion, of backcountry farmers who rose up against a corrupt government and were crushed for it. Most people think the story ends here in the blood and the smoke of May 1771. But they're wrong. The real war, the one that history forgot, was just beginning. Today, we're going to listen past the roar of the battle to the whispers that followed, the story of a war fought not by men with guns, but by women with nothing left to lose. Let's go back. Back before the battle, before the monuments. Picture a small cabin nestled in a clearing, carved from the deep, unforgiving woods of the North Carolina backcountry. The air hangs thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. A man, his clothes stained with the infamous red clay of the Piedmont, works a stubborn plot of land, his axe ringing a steady rhythm against the silence of the forest. This isn't a life of riches. It's a life of pure, back-breaking self-reliance. Every crop pulled from the ground, every log shaped for the cabin wall is a victory. Inside, his wife moves in a constant practiced dance of survival. She is churning butter, mending clothes by the light of a tallow candle, tending to a pot of stew over the hearth, and keeping one eye on the children playing on the packed dirt floor. Her hands are rough, her days are long, but this life, this family, this small patch of earth, it is everything. It is a world they built themselves, beholden to no one but God and the seasons. But a shadow was stretching from the coast, a shadow cast by men in powdered wigs and silk coats. Governor William Tryon and his network of appointed officials saw these hardy folk not as subjects to be governed, but as a resource to be bled dry. A sheriff, smelling of perfume and entitlement, would ride into a clearing like this one, his horse trampling the family's kitchen garden. He wouldn't ask for a share of the crop. He demanded hard cash for taxes, a thing as rare as diamonds on a frontier that lived and breathed on trade and barter. Imagine the bitter injustice. A farmer, unable to produce the coins he simply doesn't have, is forced to watch as that same sheriff seizes the tools he needs to plant next year's corn, or the milk cow that keeps his children from starving. This wasn't law. It was extortion, plain and simple. Justice in the courts was a farce, sold to whichever man had the heaviest purse. So the men did what honest men do when the law becomes the criminal. They organized. They called themselves regulators because all they wanted was to regulate the government's greed, to demand an honest accounting for their taxes. They weren't traitors dreaming of a new flag. They were fathers and husbands trying to protect their homes. They petitioned, they protested, and they prayed for fairness. But in the halls of power, their pleas fell on deaf ears, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would burn their world to the ground. In a quiet corner of the state archives, history feels like a physical thing. You can smell it in the dry, brittle paper. And here, under the low, humming lights, is a document that was supposed to be the final word on the Regulator Rebellion. It's a proclamation issued by Governor William Tryon in the days following his victory at Alamance. The script is elegant, the language is absolute. It lists the names of men now branded as outlaws, fugitives to be hunted down. For all others, it offers a pardon, but only if they come forward and swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the very government that had been robbing them blind. On the surface, this paper is a victor's decree. It's the official story etched in ink. The rebellion is over, the king's authority is restored, order has returned to the backcountry. To most, this document is a period at the end of a sentence, a historical footnote. But it's not. If you read between the lines of this cold, legalistic text, you find something else entirely. You find a threat. This isn't just a pardon, it's a weapon. By demanding the men come out of hiding and swear an oath, Tryon was turning every cabin into a potential trap. He was leveraging the family, the bond between husband and wife, father and child. This piece of paper was a declaration that the war was no longer on the battlefield. The war was now moving to the hearth, to the kitchen, to the conversations whispered in the dead of night. It raises a terrifying question, one that this official document completely ignores. What happens to the women? What happens when their husbands are ghosts in the forest and the government is at their door, holding a piece of paper that promises either submission or ruin? The smoke from the Alamance battlefield had barely cleared when a new kind of army descended upon the backcountry. This wasn't the formal militia of Governor Tryon. These were smaller, crueler patrols sent to enforce the peace with the tip of a bayonet. They rode from farm to farm, the jingle of their bridles and the creak of saddle leather announcing a new, more intimate kind of terror. In the hand of every officer was a copy of the governor's proclamation, that promise of pardon twisted into a cudgel. Imagine a woman named Martha Bell standing in the doorway of her small cabin. Her husband Samuel fought with the regulators. He hasn't been seen since the battle. She hears the horses before she sees them, and her heart turns to a cold stone in her chest. A half-dozen militiamen ride into her yard, their faces slick with arrogance. The officer, a man whose uniform is far too clean for these dusty parts, dismounts and approaches her. He doesn't ask how she is. He doesn't offer condolences. He unrolls the proclamation. He reads the words, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He speaks of the king's mercy, of the offer of pardon for any man who presents himself and swears the oath. Then his eyes narrow. "Where is your husband, madam? This document says he has until the 10th of July to submit. If he does not, he is declared an outlaw and a traitor." Martha says nothing. Her face is a mask of stone. "His life is forfeit," the officer continues, "and so is this land, this property." When her silence stretches on, his thin patience snaps. This was the true purpose of their visit. It wasn't about finding the men, it was about breaking the women. He gestures to his soldiers. "Confiscate their provisions for the crown's use. The families of traitors do not eat." They move with practiced efficiency, overturning her barrel of flour, spearing the salted pork with a bayonet, and leading away her only milk cow. They leave her standing in the dust, with nothing but the mocking words of the proclamation hanging in the air and the hungry cries of her children inside the cabin. This scene was repeated over and over across the hollows and hills. The seeds of a new, desperate war were being sown, and the women of the backcountry were beginning to understand that surrender was not an option. History books can give you names and dates, but to find the heart of a story, you have to talk to the people who carry it in their blood. Down a winding gravel road, on a porch that has seen more than a century of summer storms, I found Elara Vance. She's a woman in her late 80s, with hands that speak of a life of hard work and eyes that hold the quiet, fierce pride of her ancestors. Her family has lived in these hills since before they were even part of the United States, and the stories they pass down aren't found in any official archive. As we sat in rocking chairs, the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves of a massive oak, I asked her about the women of the regulation. A slow smile touched her lips. She told me that the history books get it all wrong. They paint the women as passive victims, as weeping widows waiting to be saved or pardoned. "That wasn't it at all," she said, her voice a low, steady hum. "They weren't victims. They were soldiers in a different kind of war. They just didn't use muskets." She leaned forward, her gaze distant, as if she were looking back through time itself. She told me the story of her great-great-great-grandmother, Sarah, whose husband was one of the men with a price on his head. One day, a patrol of militia rode right up to her cabin, their officer demanding to know where her husband was hiding. Sarah knew he was less than 20 feet away, concealed in a cramped root cellar beneath the floorboards. One wrong word, one flicker of fear in her eyes, and they would all be lost. "My grandmother always said," Elara told me, her voice dropping to a near whisper, that Sarah learned that day that a fool with a gun is still a fool. And the greatest trick a woman had was letting a man believe he was smarter than her. Sarah didn't cry or plead. She put on a look of weary defeat, told the officer her husband had fled west towards the mountains, and then, with a sigh, offered the patrol the last of her cornmeal and bacon. It was a calculated risk. It was an act of profound defiance disguised as one of total submission. That single moment, that quiet, terrifying decision, was the point of no return. It was the moment Sarah, and hundreds of women like her, stopped being survivors and became spies. Let's follow that story Alara told, back into the shadows of that cabin. Imagine the suffocating stillness. Sarah moves with a forced, unnatural quiet, hushing her children with a look, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards above the root cellar must feel like a drumbeat to her husband, huddled in the damp darkness below. The air is thick with fear, a living thing that presses in on them from all sides. Then she hears it, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats growing closer, the jingle of metal. They are here. The officer fills the doorway, blotting out the light, his polished boots a shocking intrusion on her simple dirt floor. He speaks his rehearsed lines about outlaws and oaths, his voice a tool of intimidation. Sarah feels the floor beneath her feet, the thin planks of wood that separate her world from annihilation. She sees the faces of her children, wide-eyed and silent. In that moment, something inside her shifts. The fear doesn't vanish, but it crystallizes into a cold, sharp-edged resolve. Weeping would be a weakness. Pleading would be an invitation for cruelty. And so, the performance begins. She looks up at the officer, not with defiance, but with a carefully crafted emptiness, the look of a woman whose spirit has already been broken. "He is gone, sir," she says, her voice just a little too quiet, a little too weary. Heard the news from Alamance and fled west, towards the mountains. She doesn't overplay it. She just offers the simple, believable lie of a terrified wife whose husband has abandoned her to face the consequences. The officer stares, his eyes searching her face for any hint of deception. The silence stretches for an eternity. The fate of her family hangs in that single silent moment. Then Sarah takes her gamble. She makes herself smaller, pulling her shawl tighter. "You and your men, you've ridden far," she says, gesturing towards the hearth. "I've not much to offer, but there's a bit of bacon and some cornmeal. It would be a poor welcome to leave you hungry." It was a masterstroke, an act of submission so profound it was almost insulting, and yet they fell for it. They ate her food, their loud, boorish laughter filling the tiny cabin, while her husband listened to every word from his tomb of earth and roots. They believed they had won. They believed they had cowed another backcountry family into submission. But as they rode away, bellies full and egos satisfied, they had no idea what they had truly done. They had not created a victim. They had forged a weapon. When the sound of their horses faded, Sarah secured the door, lifted the floorboard, and helped her husband back into the world of the living. No words needed to be said. The old life was over. The rules of survival had changed, and she had just written the first page of a new book. You have to leave the manicured battlefield parks and the paved roads behind to find the real evidence of this war. Out here, where the woods have tried to reclaim what they lost, you can still find the scars if you know where to look. All that's left of what was once a thriving homestead is this, a single, stubborn chimney stack, built from fieldstone and red clay mortar. It stands like a tombstone for a family, a monument to a life that was deliberately dismantled. 250 years ago, this wasn't a ruin. It was a home. It was the center of a woman's world. But the most important evidence here isn't the stone and mortar. It's the land itself. Look just beyond the chimney, down at that steep creek bank, the one tangled with ancient roots and overgrown with wild honeysuckle. That soft earth was the last line of defense. That's where they dug the hideouts, the regulator caves as they came to be called, damp, dark holes in the earth where a man could lie motionless for days, breathing through a hollow reed while a patrol searched the cabin just yards away. This quiet, forgotten patch of ground. This was the real battlefield, not Alamance. Here, every day was a potential climax, every footstep a possible discovery. Imagine a woman, right where Im's standing, pretending to gather herbs, her eyes never straying far from that creek bank. She's listening, not just for the sound of soldiers, but for the carefully disguised bird call that was the signal from her husband that it was safe, or that he was starving. This chimney wasn't just for warmth, it was a watchtower. And that creek wasn't just for water, it was an arsenal and a sanctuary. The whole landscape was a weapon, and the women learned to wield it with a skill born of pure desperation. The raid came on a moonless night, with the threat of a storm in the air. This time, there was no pretense of law, no proclamation unrolled. It was a visit of pure, calculated vengeance. A patrol, frustrated and empty-handed after days of chasing shadows in the woods, had decided to make an example of the Bell homestead. From his hiding spot in the cold earth by the creek, Samuel heard the horses approach, not with a steady trot, but with a hard, angry gallop. His blood ran cold. He could do nothing but listen to the sounds of his world being torn apart. The night was shattered by the splintering of wood. The heavy oak door, which had stood as a symbol of his family's security, was breached. From the cave, the sounds were muffled but terrifyingly clear. The crash of pottery, the heavy scrape and thud of their table being overturned. He could imagine the scene, the precious sacks of grain ripped open, their contents dusting the floorboards like a bitter snow. The sound of his wife, Sarah, speaking in a low, steady voice, followed by the officer's sharp, barking questions. Inside the cabin, the firelight cast huge, monstrous shadows on the walls. The soldiers moved with a brutal efficiency, not searching for anything, but simply destroying. A bayonet was used to puncture the water barrel, sending a flood across the floor. The family's few pewter dishes were swept from the mantel and clattered into the hearth. The officer stood over Sarah, his face a mask of fury in the flickering light. He knew she was lying. He knew her husband was near, and he was punishing her for her silent defiance, for her unbreakable will. Samuel, in his earthy tomb, heard the whimpers of his children. Each small cry was a torment, a physical blow he was powerless to stop. He pressed his face into the damp soil, his mind a maelstrom of rage and despair. Every instinct screamed at him to burst from his hiding place, to fight, to die protecting them. But he knew that was the trap. His discovery would mean the gallows for him and complete ruin for his family. And so he endured the unendurable, listening to the destruction of his home, his helplessness a heavier weight than the earth above him. The terror ended as abruptly as it began. With a final chilling threat to return, the patrol mounted up and rode off into the darkness. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rising wind and a child's quiet sobbing. When Samuel finally emerged, he found a scene of deliberate devastation. The cabin, their sanctuary, had been violated, its contents strewn and broken. But in the middle of the wreckage stood Sarah. She wasn't crying. Her face, illuminated by the dying embers of the fire, was not one of defeat. It was a face of cold, hard, unforgiving resolve. They had wanted to break her spirit. Instead, they had tempered it into steel. After the raids, after the terror, came the paperwork. And in its own way, it was just as brutal. This is a copy of a county court record from late 1771. It's an information, a formal accusation filed with a magistrate by a neighbor, likely one who had sided with the governor or had been coerced into cooperating. It's filled with the dry, dispassionate language of the law, but what it describes is the very heart of the women's resistance. It says here, the informant states that Martha Ryde, wife of the outlaw James Ryde, did on 3 separate occasions leave parcels of foodstuffs, to wit, corn pone and salted meat, in the hollow of the old sycamore tree by the creek. To the court, this was a crime, providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. But what was it really? It was a wife, likely risking a whipping or worse, trying to keep her husband from starving to death in the woods. The law had turned a simple act of love into an act of treason. Here's another line concerning a different woman. It accuses her of spreading false reports with the intent to mislead a patrol of the king's militia. We know what that means. That was the warning network. That was a woman telling her sister down the road that a patrol was headed her way, using coded language and sending a child as a messenger. The official record calls it sedition. They called it survival. This is how they did it. They used the sterile, emotionless language of the law to criminalize every single tool the women had. Loyalty to a husband became harboring a fugitive. A warning to a neighbor became hindering an investigation. They stripped the humanity from these women's actions, reducing them to a list of offenses on a piece of parchment. And these documents weren't just records, they were weapons. They were the legal justification needed to take the next step, to move from random terror to systematic persecution. They were the prelude to arrests and trials where the women themselves would be forced to stand before the very system that had declared their families forfeit. The law, when it finally came for Martha Reed, did not arrive with a roar. It came in the form of two men, a local sheriff and the neighbor who had informed on her, standing at her cabin door in the gray light of dawn. There was no struggle. There was no chase through the mountains, just the cold, quiet reading of the charge, the words from that official document now a spoken sentence upon her life. The charge was providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. The reality was that she had left a piece of bread for her husband in the hollow of a tree. Her children watched, silent and terrified, as she was led away from the only home she had ever known. The journey to the county seat was a grim parade designed for maximum humiliation. She walked, her hands bound loosely in front of her, while the sheriff rode his horse. Faces peered from behind cabin doors and through gaps in the trees, but no one spoke a word. Fear was a gag in the throat of the entire community. To offer a kind word to Martha was to risk being the next one accused. The trial was a mockery of justice, held not in a grand hall, but in a stuffy, crowded room above a tavern. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and spilled ale. The magistrate, a portly man with a face flushed from drink and self-importance, was the same clerk the regulators had protested for his exorbitant fees. He was both judge and jury. There was no one to speak for Martha. Her accuser, a man whose land bordered hers and who stood to gain from her ruin, recited his story with a nervous, practiced air. The magistrate read the charge from the official paper, his voice droning on. He then turned his gaze upon Martha. "What say you to this, woman?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. Martha Reed stood before them, a small, solitary island of silence in a sea of hostile words. She did not weep. She did not beg. She simply met his gaze and said nothing. Her silence was her last refuge, her final act of defiance. To deny the charge was to lie. To admit it was to condemn herself and her husband. And so she stood, mute, and let them judge her. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The magistrate cleared his throat, enjoying the small moment of absolute power. He found her guilty. But he didn't sentence her to the gallows. That would create a martyr. He chose a colder, more practical punishment, one designed to send a clear message. She was to be placed in the public stocks for 2 days, to be shamed and scorned. And, as per the governor's proclamation, her land, her cabin, her livestock, every last thing she owned, was declared forfeit to the crown. The dry words on the paper had become a living reality, and the law had just officially erased her life's work with the stroke of a pen. To find the final chapter of their lives, you have to come here, to this old churchyard, sinking slowly back into the earth. The names and dates on many of these fieldstone markers have been scrubbed away by 2 centuries of wind and rain. They are a congregation of ghosts, their stories lost to all but the roots of the ancient oaks that stand guard over them. It took me a long time, but I finally found her. Right here. This small, tilted stone, half swallowed by moss. The carving is simple, done by a hand that was likely more familiar with an axe than a chisel. It just says, Martha Ryde, beloved wife and mother. That's it. No mention of her defiance, no record of her trial, no hint of the home and the life that was stolen from her. The stone is a testament to her endurance, but it is silent on the subject of her courage. It tells you how she died, but not how she lived. And then, the final bitter irony of this place. You only have to walk about 20 paces over towards the main path to find this one. It's a larger stone made of imported slate, the inscription still sharp and clear. It belongs to the magistrate who signed the order, the man who declared her life forfeit. His epitaph speaks of his civic virtue and his loyal service to the colony. In life, he was a man of power, and she was a woman with none. He held her fate in his ink-stained hands. And now, they lie in the same Carolina clay, enemies in a forgotten war, neighbors for all eternity. It makes you wonder, what happened after the ink on that court order was dry? How did their stories truly end? When Martha Ryde was released from the stocks, bruised and humiliated, she was a woman with nothing. The law had taken her home, her land, and her name. But the law did not control the hearts of her neighbors. In the days that followed, the community's silent support became her lifeline. No one could be seen helping the wife of an outlaw, but a sack of potatoes would be left on the doorstep of the cousin who took her in. A freshly dressed deer, the work of a nighttime hunter, would be found hanging in a nearby tree. The shadow network that had once smuggled lead and gunpowder now smuggled charity and hope. Her husband James saw her one last time. A whispered meeting in a dark patch of woods, a final, heartbreaking farewell. He was a ghost in his own life, and to stay was to risk the gallows for himself and further persecution for his family. Like so many other broken regulator men, he turned his face towards the setting sun and walked west, over the Great Wall of the Appalachians, to carve a new life from the raw wilderness of the frontier. The promise, a desperate prayer whispered into the night, was that one day he would send for them. In the short term, it seemed that injustice had won. The magistrate continued his reign of petty tyranny, his pockets lined with the fines and fees he levied against the powerless. The neighbor who informed on Martha worked the land that was once hers, though it was said he never had a single prosperous harvest from that bitter soil. They were on the winning side of a conquered rebellion, secure in the favor of a distant king and his governor. But they had misjudged the people they lived among. They mistook silence for submission. The resentment from Alamance didn't disappear. It went underground, a simmering coal bed waiting for a wind to fan it into a flame. And in just a few short years, that wind began to blow from places like Boston and Philadelphia. The whispers against corrupt local officials became open shouts against the king himself. When the war for independence finally erupted, it was a firestorm in the Carolina backcountry. The old battle lines were drawn anew. The men who had been called traitors in 1771 were now hailed as the first patriots. And men like the magistrate, who had built their careers on loyalty to the crown, were now branded as Tories. His power evaporated overnight. He lived his final years in fear, a reviled figure in the very community he once ruled. The neighbor who took Martha's land found himself an outcast, his betrayal never forgotten nor forgiven. The story ends not with a single dramatic act of revenge, but with the slow, grinding justice of a community's memory. Martha Ryde never got her land back, but she lived long enough to see the world turn right side up again, and to be remembered not as a criminal, but as a hero. You would think that after 2.5 centuries, a story like this would settle into a single, agreed-upon truth. But it hasn't. Not here. The Battle of Alamance may be a footnote in the national history books, but in these quiet counties, The divisions it created still cast a long, faint shadow. The story of the regulation is not one story. It is two, and which one you hear depends entirely on which family's porch you happen to be sitting on. If you talk to the descendants of the regulator families, people like Elara Vance, you hear the story we've been piecing together. It's a foundational epic, a tale of righteous fury against tyranny. They'll tell you with a burning pride that their ancestors weren't just farmers. They were the first American revolutionaries, the ones who bled for liberty 5 years before the shot heard round the world. To them, Martha Reid is a saint of the resistance, a symbol of quiet, unbreakable strength. The women of the Shadow Network are the unsung heroines of a guerrilla war for freedom. But if you find your way to the descendants of the families who sided with the crown, the story inverts itself completely. It's not a tale they tell loudly, but in hushed, careful tones, they will paint a very different picture. In their history, the regulators were not heroes. They were a dangerous, lawless mob. They were tax evaders and anarchists who threatened to drag the entire colony into chaos with their violence and their refusal to respect authority. From their perspective, Governor Tryon and the magistrates weren't villains. They were the forces of law and order, bravely trying to hold civilization together on a wild frontier. The informant who turned in Martha Reid wasn't a traitor. He was a good citizen doing his civic duty. And Martha herself? She wasn't a hero. She was a criminal, knowingly aiding a fugitive and participating in a conspiracy against the legitimate government. Her punishment wasn't an injustice, it was the necessary consequence of her actions. These two versions of the past cannot coexist, yet they do, living side by side in the collective memory of this place. It proves that the deepest wounds aren't left on the battlefield, but in the stories we choose to tell our children. Facts are brittle things. They can be burned in a courthouse fire or buried under a faded tombstone. But stories in these mountains are different. They're like river stones, tumbled and worn by generations of telling until all the sharp, inconvenient edges are smooth, and what's left is a piece of pure, powerful myth. And the story of the regulator women, in time, became one of the most enduring legends of all. The court records called them criminals, but the people called them the Alamance witches. The soldiers, most of them outsiders who thought the backcountry was a savage wilderness, started whispering. They couldn't understand how these women survived, how they always seemed one step ahead. It couldn't just be cleverness, it had to be something more. A woman's knowledge of herbal remedies, passed down from her grandmother, became the power to brew curses into a soldier's drinking water. A secret signal, a quilt hung on a line in a certain way, became a form of strange, silent witchcraft. The women's ability to navigate the dark, tangled forests became proof that they could call upon the spirits of the land to lead patrols astray into swamps and briar patches. The women knew what the soldiers were saying, and they let the rumors grow. Fear was a shield, and they wore it like a cloak. And the legends didn't just protect the heroes, they punished the villains. The story of the neighbor who informed on Martha Reid is still told as a cautionary tale. They say the land he took from her, stained by his betrayal, never prospered. His crops failed, his cattle sickened, and he died a bitter, impoverished man. It wasn't bad luck. It was the land itself, loyal to its rightful owner, taking its revenge. This is how a community holds on to its soul when everything else is taken. They couldn't win on the battlefield or in a courtroom, but around the hearth, in the stories told to wide-eyed children, they could win the narrative. The history books were written by the victors, but the folklore belonged to the women. And so, we find ourselves back where we began, on the quiet fields of Alamance. But the silence feels different now, doesn't it? It's no longer an empty quiet. If you listen closely, you can hear past the roar of the battle that day in May. You can hear the whispers from the woods, the creak of a cabin door, the low, steady voice of a woman lying to a man with a gun to save her family. The monuments here commemorate a single day of thunder, but we've learned that the thunder was just the beginning. We have walked a long way from this field. We've stood beside the lonely chimney stacks that mark the graves of forgotten homes, and we've held the cold, angry words of the law in our hands. We've seen that the real war wasn't fought here with cannons and muskets. It was fought in 1,000 small, desperate moments, in occupied kitchens and dark root cellars, by women whose names were never meant to be remembered. So the next time you pass a forgotten country graveyard, or see a patch of daffodils blooming in the middle of the woods where a house once stood, stop for a moment. Remember that these aren't just empty places. They are libraries, filled with stories of courage that were never written down. They are monuments to the wars that are fought in the long, hard years after the soldiers have gone home. The battle is over. The soldiers are dust. The cause they fought for has been won and lost, and won again 12 times over. But the story of the women who refused to break that story remains. They say that for 5 days in the late summer of 1921, the hills of West Virginia went to war with themselves. The hollows of Blair Mountain echoed with the thunder of 1,000,000 rounds fired as the largest armed uprising in American history since the Civil War reached its bloody climax. And standing against the tide of 10,000 Union miners was one man, a county sheriff named Don Chaffin. He met them not with a posse, but with a private army, machine gun nests, and even airplanes dropping homemade bombs from the sky. How does a man born and raised in these same mountains come to wage war against his own people? Was he a villain, a corrupt tyrant in the pocket of the coal barons, crushing the common man under his boot? Or was he, in his own mind, the last line of defense for law and order, a king protecting his county from an invading mob? The truth, as it always does in Appalachia, lies buried deep in the shadows between fact and legend. Today, we dig for it. We trace the path that turned a small-town lawman into the absolute ruler of Logan County. Don Chaffin was no outsider. He was born in 1887, a son of Logan County, with roots that ran as deep in that rocky soil as any oak tree. The Chaffins were one of the founding families, their name carrying weight long before the first coal tipples scarred the landscape. He grew up breathing mountain air, learning the unwritten laws of the hollows, that loyalty to kin was absolute, that an insult to your name had to be answered, and that the only justice you could truly count on was the one you made for yourself. He was one of them, fluent in the language of both the front porch and the family feud. But the world Chaffin was born into was dying. The old Appalachia of scattered homesteads and fierce independence was being swallowed whole by an industrial giant. King Coal was the new god, and the coal companies were its high priests. They brought jobs, yes, but they also brought a new kind of servitude. They owned the houses the miners lived in, the stores where they bought their food, and the politicians who wrote the laws. Young Don Chaffin saw this firsthand. He saw proud men who once answered to no one, transformed into something less, their lives dictated by the shrill blast of a mine whistle. He began his career as a school teacher, a respected position in any mountain community. For a time, he stood before the children of Logan County, trying to impart lessons from a book. But he quickly learned a more potent lesson himself. He saw that the real power wasn't in the schoolhouse, it was in the courthouse. It was held by the men who could levy a tax, deputize a friend, or make a troublesome problem disappear with a quiet word and a nod. He saw that knowledge was one thing, but control was everything. This realization became the forge for his character. A choice was laid before him. He could remain a man of the old mountains, honorable but ultimately powerless, destined to be swept aside by the forces of industry. Or he could become a man of the new Appalachia. He could learn to master the machinery of this new world, to wield its power and to bend it to his will. The ambition in his heart was too strong to ignore. He made his choice. He decided he would not be a subject in the kingdom of coal. He would be its king. The old mountain code of loyalty was still there, but he twisted it. His ultimate loyalty would no longer be just to his family name, but to the preservation of his own power. He would trade the quiet respect of the schoolhouse for the cold, hard fear commanded by the man in the sheriff's office. This was the moment Don Chaffin the teacher died, and Don Chaffin the tyrant began to take shape. Long before the battle that would make him infamous, Don Chaffin was simply the most powerful man in southern West Virginia. To see him in his prime, strolling down the streets of Logan, you wouldn't necessarily see a tyrant. You'd see a man of influence, dressed immaculately in a fine suit and hat, his pearl-handled pistols a subtle but constant reminder of his authority. He had a smile that could charm a bird from a tree and eyes that missed nothing. He was the sun around which Logan County orbited, and he held his position not just through force, but through a deep, personal understanding of its people. For those who stayed on his right side, Sheriff Chaffin could be a powerful ally. He was the man you went to when you had a problem the law books couldn't solve. A dispute over a property line, a son who'd gotten into a bit of trouble, a family facing hard times, Chaffin could fix it with a word. He cultivated a network of loyalty, a system of patronage where he was the benevolent patriarch, dispensing favors and expecting absolute allegiance in return. In a place where official government was often distant and ineffective, Don Chaffin was the man who got things done. At home, he was a husband and a father. He built a life of comfort and privilege for his family, a world away from the grit and danger of the coal mines that funded it. This, perhaps, was the world he was truly protecting. Not just the abstract profits of the coal operators, but the safety and prosperity of his own kin. Every action he took, every line he drew in the dirt, was to insulate his family from the chaos and poverty that surrounded them. He was building a dynasty on a foundation of coal, and he would let no one threaten it. This was the kingdom Don Chaffin built, a county sealed off from the outside world, running on his rules. It was a place of brutal, enforced order. The coal trains ran on time, the company payrolls were met, and the union agitators were kept on the other side of the county line. To the coal barons in their distant city offices, it was a perfect model of efficiency. To the miners who kept their heads down and did their work, it was a life, a hard life, but a predictable one. Don Chaffin ensured that predictability, and in the turbulent world of the coal fields, that was a powerful commodity. But every king has a weakness, and Don Chaffin's was a profound and blinding one. He could not tolerate a single challenge to his authority. It wasn't just pride, and it was more than mere stubbornness. It was a fundamental belief that Logan County was a direct extension of his own will. In his mind, he had built an orderly kingdom from the chaos of the mountains, and any voice of dissent was not just a disagreement, it was an act of treason. He saw the world in absolutes. You were either with him, or you were an enemy to be crushed. This flaw was on display long before the miners marched. You saw it in the cold, efficient brutality of what became known as the Logan County system. When a man suspected of Union sympathies stepped off the train, there was no debate. There was no argument. Chaffin's deputies, his private army, would simply surround him. The choice was never about ideas, it was about survival. Leave now on the next train, or be carried out after a beating that would serve as a lesson to anyone else foolish enough to try. This wasn't law enforcement, it was the purging of an infection. For years, this iron-fisted approach was the very source of his strength. The coal operators paid him a fortune precisely because he was uncompromising. He was the wall that kept the union out, the guarantee that their profits would continue to flow, uninterrupted by strikes or demands for better pay. His fatal flaw was the very thing that made him rich and powerful. He built his castle on the bedrock of his own intolerance. But a wall built to keep out a few men cannot hold back a flood. Chaffin's vision was fatally narrow, limited to the borders of his own county. He failed to understand that the union movement was becoming something more than just a few organizers he could intimidate. It was an idea, spreading like wildfire through the desperate and oppressed coal camps. He believed he could beat that idea into submission, just as he had beaten individual men. He could not conceive of a world where his control was not absolute. He could not imagine a negotiation, a compromise, or a shared power. In Don Chaffin's mind, there was only room for one king in Logan County. And as the anger in the surrounding coalfields began to smolder and grow, this fatal crack in his armor was about to be struck by the force of an entire army. He was a man who knew only how to push back, and he was about to be pushed by a force greater than any he had ever known. The spark that lit the Appalachian powder keg didn't land in Logan County. It landed a few counties over, on the stone steps of the McDowell County Courthouse, and it came in the form of an assassination. The target was a man named Sid Hatfield, the chief of police of Matawan. To the Union miners, Hatfield was more than a lawman. He was a folk hero, a living legend. Where Don Chaffin was the symbol of company control, Hatfield was the symbol of defiance. He was the one lawman who had stood with his people, famously facing down Baldwin Felts agents in a bloody shootout that became known as the Matawan Massacre. He was proof that not every man with a badge was for sale. On August the 1st, 1921, Hatfield arrived at the courthouse in Welch to face trumped-up charges, a legal trap set by his enemies. He was unarmed, walking beside his wife, trusting in the sanctity of the law he represented. As he climbed the steps, Baldwin Felts agents, the very same men he had fought in Matawan, were waiting. They opened fire in broad daylight, cutting him down in a hail of bullets right in front of his wife. His friend Ed Chambers was executed alongside him. It was not a gunfight. It was a public execution. The news spread through the coal camps, not like a whisper, but like a physical blow. This was the ultimate act of treachery. It was one thing to be cheated at the company store or beaten by deputies in a dark hollow. It was another to see your one hope for justice within the system murdered on the very steps of a courthouse. The message sent by the coal operators was clear and brutal. There is no law for you here. There is no protection. We can kill your heroes in the open, and nothing will be done. For Don Chaffin, this act was happening in another county, perpetrated by men not directly on his payroll. But in the hearts and minds of the miners, it was all part of the same corrupt, violent machine of which he was the master architect. Their rage, their grief, and their years of simmering desperation finally crystallized into a single, unifying purpose. The system had declared war on them, so they would declare war on the system. And the symbol of that system, its beating heart and its iron fist, was Sheriff Don Chaffin. This was the unforgivable affront. The miners began to gather, not for a strike, but for a crusade. They tied red bandanas around their necks, a symbol of their solidarity that would give them the name Rednecks. They cleaned their rifles, gathered their ammunition, and began to march south. Their goal was no longer just to unionize a county. It was to avenge a martyr, to tear down a kingdom, and to bring their own form of justice to the man who represented everything they hated. The fuse was lit, and it was burning straight for Logan County. As the news of the marching army reached Logan, the state capital of Charleston descended into a panic. Governor Ephraim Morgan, a man caught between the immense power of the coal industry and the terrifying prospect of a civil war, pleaded for calm. He sent telegrams, issued proclamations, and dispatched the state police, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. He knew that the only two men who could truly stop this were the leaders of the Miners' March and the sheriff of Logan County. Federal mediators were sent, including the decorated General Billy Mitchell. They met with the miners' leaders who, for all their rage, laid out their terms. They wanted the violence to end. They wanted the right to join a union without being beaten or killed. They wanted the Logan County system dismantled. They were willing to talk, but they would not turn back until their basic rights as American citizens were guaranteed. The government, it seemed, was trying to find a way out, a path that didn't lead over the top of Blair Mountain. But for Don Chaffin, there was nothing to discuss. From his command post in Logan, he watched the situation not as a political crisis, but as a military operation. To him, the 10,000 approaching men were not desperate workers seeking justice. They were an invading army, a horde of Bolsheviks and insurrectionists bent on destroying his county. The governor's pleas for negotiation were, in his eyes, signs of weakness. You don't negotiate with a mob, you break it. While others talked of peace, Chaffin prepared for war. The coal operators opened their coffers, and Chaffin spent the money with deadly efficiency. He put out the call, and his army of deputies swelled from hundreds to nearly 3,000. Gun thugs, mercenaries, and strikebreakers poured into Logan, men who were paid to shoot, not to talk. Rifles and machine guns, purchased by the ton, were trucked in and distributed. The phone lines between Logan and the coal company offices hummed with logistics, not diplomacy. He rejected every attempt at de-escalation. When state officials suggested he allow a small, peaceful delegation of miners to enter Logan to present their grievances, he refused. When federal mediators proposed a ceasefire and a cooling-off period, he ignored them. His response was to send his men into the hills. He directed them to dig trenches, set up machine gun nests, and turn the 10-mile ridge of Blair Mountain into a fortress. Every shovel of dirt thrown, every strand of barbed wire unspooled was Don Chaffin's answer to the calls for peace. He was making his stand, not just for the coal companies, but for his own absolute, unquestioned rule. He had locked and bolted every door that led to compromise, leaving only one path open, the path of violence. The wires between Logan County and Washington, D.C. were humming. President Warren G. Harding, seeing a domestic war about to explode, made one last desperate attempt to pull the combatants back from the brink. He sent a direct message, a final ultimatum, not just to the marching miners, but to Don Chaffin himself. The offer was clear. The miners had agreed to halt their advance if, and only if, Chaffin's private army was disarmed and disbanded. Federal troops would be sent in, not to fight the miners, but to act as a neutral peacekeeping force. It was a clear off-ramp, a path away from the abyss, laid at his feet by the President of the United States. Imagine Don Chaffin in his office, the telegram in his hand. The air is thick with the smell of gun oil and nervous sweat. Outside, the town of Logan is an armed camp, his men preparing for the fight of their lives. For a moment, he must have weighed his options. On one side was the full might of the federal government, a power that could crush him without a second thought. Accepting the deal would mean survival. He would lose his private army, yes, and his absolute power would be broken, but he would live. He would see his family again. The war would be over before a shot was fired. But then he would have considered the other side of the coin. To stand down now would be to surrender. It would mean that the threats and the rage of the Union men had succeeded. It would be a public admission that his authority, the very foundation of his identity, had limits. The image of federal troops policing his county while the men who had marched to hang him were allowed to walk free must have been a vision of pure humiliation. It was a direct challenge to his fatal flaw, his belief in his own absolute control. He stood at the final crossroads. One path led to a diminished future, the other led over Blair Mountain. He looked at the telegram, the last chance for peace, a direct order from his president. Then he looked at the map on his wall, at the red pins marking his machine gun emplacements along the ridge. He made his choice. He set the telegram aside. He picked up his telephone and gave an order not to stand down, but to double the patrols at the key mountain passes. He told his commanders that the line had been drawn and that any man wearing a red bandana who tried to cross it was to be met with overwhelming force. The last bridge to peace was burned. In that moment, Don Chaffin ceased to be a sheriff defending his county. He became a king, choosing war over the surrender of his crown. The first report came over a crackling field telephone line, a scout's frantic voice confirming the miners' advance on the Crooked Creek Pass. Don Chaffin took the call, his face betraying no emotion. He put the receiver down, walked to the porch of his command post, and looked towards the green, silent ridge. He gave a single nod to his waiting runner. That nod traveled down the line, from man to man, until it reached the machine gun nest hidden in a stand of timber. A moment later, the mountain spoke for the first time. It was a sound like a giant tearing a sheet of iron in half, a sound that rolled down the hollows and announced that all negotiations were finished. From his vantage point, the battle was not a scene of chaos, but a grim and terrible piece of machinery that he had designed. He spent his days with maps and binoculars, a general directing his forces. He didn't see individual men fighting for their lives. He saw patterns, movements, and objectives. Through his field glasses, he would watch a line of men attempt to advance through a thicket of trees on a distant slope. He would pick up his telephone, speak a few calm words directing fire to that coordinate, and moments later, the advance would simply cease. The patterns would break, dissolve back into the forest, and the hillside would grow still again. The steady, mechanical rhythm of his machine gun nests became the heartbeat of the battle. It was a cold, efficient, and impersonal sound. Each burst was an argument being made, a final answer to the miners' demands. For 5 days, that sound was relentless. The world shrank to the borders of Blair Mountain. The sun rose and set on the constant thunder of gunfire. Chaffin barely slept, fueled by coffee and the cold adrenaline of a man watching his life's work hang in the balance. On the third day, he unleashed his most terrifying weapon. An unfamiliar sound began to drift over the mountains, the low drone of an airplane engine. From the miners' perspective, it was a horror they could have never imagined. Chaffin's private air force, a pair of rickety biplanes, began making passes over their lines. The explosions in the trees below were often small, the homemade bombs crude and inaccurate, but their purpose was more psychological than physical. It was a message from Don Chaffin. There is nowhere to hide. I rule the land, and I rule the sky. He authorized the use of everything at his disposal. Reports from the miners' side would later speak of bombs that didn't just explode, but released clouds of sickening gas, surplus munitions from the Great War. Chaffin had brought the industrial slaughter of the European trenches to the hills of Appalachia. He was not just defending his county, he was attempting to annihilate the will of his enemy. The battle raged on, a brutal war of attrition. An estimated 1 million rounds were fired. The mountain itself seemed to groan under the assault, its trees shredded, its soil soaked in the conflict. Chaffin's fortress held. His lines did not break. He had met the largest armed insurrection in American history with a wall of fire and steel. Then, as suddenly as it began, it started to quiet. The federal troops were coming, and the miners knew they could not fight their own country. The last shots echoed and then faded, replaced by a profound and chilling silence. The war was over. The argument that had raged for a generation was, for now, permanently settled. Don Chaffin stood victorious on his mountain, the undisputed king of a silent, smoking kingdom. The silence that fell over Blair Mountain was heavier than any sound that had preceded it. Don Chaffin stood in the quiet, the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder still hanging in the air like a ghost. There was no joy in his victory, no triumphant celebration. There was only the cold, hard satisfaction of a man who had met an overwhelming force and had not broken. He had drawn a line, and the world now knew that he would hold that line, no matter the cost. His kingdom was secure. His mind, sharpened by 5 days of constant high-stakes command, did not rest. It immediately shifted from the tactics of war to the politics of the aftermath. His first orders were not to celebrate, but to consolidate. He sent his deputies fanning out across the ridge, their task no longer to fight, but to collect weapons and round up stragglers. He was transforming his private soldiers back into lawmen and the battlefield back into a crime scene. He knew the world was watching, and he needed to control the narrative. This was not a battle, he would claim. It was the quelling of a violent insurrection. The real test came a day later, with the arrival of the United States Army. A column of dusty trucks carrying uniformed soldiers rolled into Logan County, their federal authority absolute. An army colonel, a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed without question, stepped out to meet the sheriff of Logan County. For a moment, two commanders faced each other, one representing the power of a nation, the other the power of a single man's will. This was the moment Chaffin's reign as an independent warlord came to an end. But Chaffin did not surrender his authority. He merely transferred it. He met the colonel not as a defeated man or a renegade, but as a fellow officer of the law. He was dapper, calm, and cooperative. He presented himself as the beleaguered hero who had single-handedly held back anarchy until the cavalry arrived. He offered maps, intelligence, and the full cooperation of his office. He smoothly transitioned from the man who had waged a private war to the loyal local official assisting the federal government. He had won his battle. He had stopped the march. He had broken the miners' army. Now, standing before the might of the United States, he holstered his authority and stepped back into the role of Sheriff Chaffin. His active part in the shooting was over. The road had ended, not in a jail cell or a shallow grave, but in a handshake with the very government he had, for 5 bloody days, effectively ignored. The cost of Don Chaffin's victory was paid in a currency he would never have to touch: the broken lives of the men he defeated and the families they left behind. The war on Blair Mountain was over, but the war on the miners had just entered a new, more insidious phase. As federal troops disarmed the miners, Chaffin's deputies and the state police moved in behind them, armed not with machine guns, but with lists of names. Hundreds of miners were arrested and indicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder, and even treason against the state of West Virginia. For the families in the coal camps, the silence that followed the battle was not one of peace, but of dread. A knock on the door of a company shack in the middle of the night meant a husband and father being dragged away to jail. It was followed, almost inevitably, by an eviction notice nailed to the flimsy door. Fired, blacklisted, and homeless, the families of the Union men were cast out, left to fend for themselves in a world where every official, every company man, was now their enemy. The defeat on the mountain was a single event. The suffering it caused rippled outwards for years, creating a quiet, desperate poverty that clung to the hollows like a winter fog. The dream of a union in southern West Virginia, a dream that had seemed so close, was dead and buried on the slopes of that mountain. Chaffin's victory didn't just crush an army, it crushed a spirit. The United Mine Workers of America was effectively broken in the region for more than a decade. The grip of the coal operators, once challenged, now tightened into a stranglehold. Fear replaced hope. Miners who had once talked openly of their rights now spoke in whispers, terrified that a stray word could cost them their jobs and their homes. Chaffin's system of control was now absolute, reinforced by the memory of what happened to those who dared to challenge it. The tragedy was not just the miners' own, it belonged to the entire community. The battle left scars that divided neighbors and kin for generations. Men from Logan who had joined Chaffin's army returned to live in the same county as the families of the men they had fired upon. A cancer of silence grew over the memory of the battle. It was too painful, too divisive to talk about. Don Chaffin had not just defended Logan County, he had plunged it and the surrounding region into a long, dark winter of fear and submission, leaving behind a wreckage of lives that would take a generation to clear. With the shooting over, the war moved from the mountainside to the courtroom. The state of West Virginia, backed by the full weight of the coal industry, sought to make an example of the defeated miners. Hundreds were charged, but for the leaders, the state chose a charge so severe it was almost medieval: treason. Men who had fought for their country in the trenches of France now found themselves accused of betraying it in the hills of their own home. It was the ultimate clash of cultures, the state's formal written law against the unwritten mountain code of honor and retribution. The trials were a spectacle. The prosecution painted a picture of a Red Army, a Bolshevik mob bent on overthrowing the government and seizing private property. They presented evidence of the miners' military-style organization, their weapons, and their stated goal of marching on Logan. To the state, this was a clear case of insurrection. Don Chaffin and his deputies were presented as heroic defenders of law and order, the thin line that had saved West Virginia from anarchy. But the miners' defense told a different story. Their lawyers argued that these men were not traitors to America. They were patriots engaged in a second American Revolution, fighting against a domestic tyrant. They hadn't marched against the government. They had marched because the government had failed them. They were marching against the state of Chaffin, a private kingdom where the law was a weapon used against them. Their defense was simple and powerful. A man has the right to defend his home and his family, and when the law itself becomes the tool of an oppressor, the people have the right to seek their own justice. The community, and indeed the nation, was fiercely divided. Pro-union newspapers hailed the defendants as heroes and martyrs of the working class. Company-owned papers condemned them as violent radicals. In the coal camps, prayer meetings were held for the men on trial. In the gentlemen's clubs of Charleston and Huntington, they were toasted as villains who had finally gotten their due. The soul of Appalachia was on trial, forced to defend itself in a language it did not fully understand. The most famous trial was that of Bill Blizzard, one of the key field commanders of the miners' army. The state threw everything it had at him. But then, a West Virginia jury, made up not of miners, but of farmers and small-town merchants, delivered a stunning verdict: not guilty. They had listened to the stories of the company guards, the low pay, the beatings, and the assassination of Sid Hatfield, and they could not bring themselves to call this man a traitor. While many other miners would be convicted on lesser charges, the treason trials collapsed. Was justice served? In a narrow legal sense, a jury had acknowledged the miners' grievances. But in the wider world, nothing had changed. The Logan County system remained intact. The Union was shattered. Don Chaffin was still sheriff. The law had rendered a verdict on the battle, but it had remained silent on the long, brutal war that had caused it. True justice, it seemed, was still a luxury the miners of West Virginia could not afford. The army that marched on Logan County did not simply go home. Its leaders were tied up in court for years. Its members were scattered, blacklisted, and broken. The United Mine Workers of America, the great boogeyman that Don Chaffin had waged a war against, was effectively banished from the southern coalfields. In the immediate aftermath, it seemed Chaffin's victory was absolute. The entity that had provoked him into his dramatic stand was, for all intents and purposes, dead. The Union was a ghost, its name only spoken in hushed and fearful whispers in the dark corners of the coal camps. But you can defeat an army of men. It's much harder to kill an idea. The Battle of Blair Mountain, for all the miners' losses, had been a national spectacle. Newspapers across the country had told the story of the private army, the machine gun nests, and the airplanes bombing American citizens on their own soil. The brutal reality of the West Virginia coalfields was laid bare for all to see. Chaffin had won the fight, but in doing so, he had exposed the sickness of the system he was defending. The miners had lost the battle, but they had won the argument in the court of public opinion. The seeds planted on Blair Mountain took a decade to grow, but they grew in the dark. The Great Depression and the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt changed everything. With the passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act and later the Wagner Act, the federal government did what 10,000 rifles could not. It guaranteed the right of every American worker to organize and bargain collectively. The very thing the miners had fought and died for was now the law of the land. In the mid-1930s, the UMWA organizers returned to southern West Virginia. This time, they came not as an invading army, but with the full backing of federal law. They walked into Logan County, the heart of Don Chaffin's old kingdom, and signed up thousands of miners without a single shot being fired. The Logan County system was finally broken, not by force of arms, but by a simple change in the law. The miners' cause, the great antagonist that had risen against Chaffin, had ultimately triumphed. He had won the battle, but history was already siding with the men he had beaten. Don Chaffin had won his war, but he couldn't outrun the changing world. You see, for all his power in West Virginia, he was still just a county sheriff in the eyes of the federal government. His downfall came not from a bullet from a miner's rifle, but from a federal indictment. In 1924, he was convicted of violating prohibition laws, a charge almost laughable in its simplicity compared to the private war he had waged. The man who had commanded an army was brought low by the business of moonshine. He served nearly 2 years in a federal penitentiary. When he returned to Logan, the world he had ruled was gone. His aura of invincibility, once as solid as the mountains themselves, had been shattered. He was no longer the untouchable king. He was a convicted felon, a man who had been humbled by an outside power. He found that the fear he had once commanded had been replaced by something quieter, and the loyalties he had built were shifting sands. He quietly moved his family to Huntington, trading his role as a county warlord for the quiet life of a hotel manager. The king had been dethroned, not by a rival, but by the slow, grinding gears of time and federal law. For his family, the name Chaffin would forever be a complicated inheritance. It was a name of power and prominence, a name that opened doors in southern West Virginia. But it was also a name stained with blood and controversy, a name that was whispered with a mixture of fear and resentment. His descendants would not escape the shadow of Blair Mountain. It became a part of their identity, a legacy they had to navigate, a story they had to either defend or distance themselves from. The name was both a pillar and a tombstone. In the hollows and coal camps of Logan County, the healing was a slow and silent process. The community did not rebuild by confronting the past. It rebuilt by burying it. For decades, the Battle of Blair Mountain was not spoken of. It was a wound too deep, too personal to touch. Fathers who had fought on opposite sides of the ridge raised their children in the same towns, a fragile peace maintained by a collective, unspoken agreement to forget. A blanket of silence fell over the memory of the war, and under that blanket, the resentment and trauma festered. The power dynamic in the mountains had been permanently altered. The era when a single sheriff, funded by private industry, could raise an army and operate as an absolute monarch was over. Chaffin's fall created a vacuum that was filled not by another strongman, but by the slow, creeping influence of the state and federal government. The isolation that had allowed his kingdom to flourish was broken, and the brutal feudal system he had perfected died with his conviction. If you go to Blair Mountain today, you won't find any grand monuments. For the better part of a century, the mountain kept its secrets. The trenches filled with leaves, the shell casings were swallowed by the earth, and the story was buried under a deliberate silence. Then, in the 21st century, a new war for Blair Mountain began. Not with rifles, but with lawsuits and bulldozers, as coal companies sought to strip mine the historic battlefield, to literally erase the history from the landscape. Preservationists and descendants of the miners fought back, a struggle that continues to this day. The ghosts of 1921 are still fighting for their ground. And what of the name Don Chaffin? In Logan County, it is still spoken with a complicated mix of awe and revulsion. To some, he remains the strong man who brought order, the only one tough enough to tame a lawless land. To others, he is the Appalachian Caesar, a tyrant who sold his soul and his people to the company store. You can drive to Huntington and find his grave, a quiet stone marker for a man whose life was a roaring fire. It's a peaceful end for a man who brought so little peace to the world. But his legacy echoes in a way most people never realize, in a word you hear every single day. Think of the word redneck. That word was born in the fire of this conflict. It came from the red bandanas the Union miners tied around their necks to identify themselves as they marched on Logan. It was their uniform, their flag, a symbol of solidarity and defiance against the guns of the coal companies. Before it was an insult, before it was a caricature, it was a badge of honor worn by men willing to die for their rights on the slopes of Blair Mountain. So the ghost of Don Chaffin still walks these hills, but it's not a man in a fine suit with pearl-handled pistols. It's a question. It's the question of how much power is too much, of where the line is between lawman and king, between order and tyranny. His name is a reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that while men die and battles end, the struggle for justice is never truly over. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. Was Don Chaffin a hero or a villain? The easy answer is to call him a monster, a corrupt tyrant paid to crush the common man. And he was certainly that. But the more unsettling truth is that he was the perfect, brutal instrument of his time and place. He was a product of a lawless system that demanded a strong man, and he played the part better than anyone. He was a king who ruled a county as his personal property, and like any king, he saw a rebellion not as a plea for justice, but as an act of war against his very person. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength can become the engine of his own tragedy. Chaffin's unbending will, the very quality that made him the undisputed master of Logan County, was the same quality that made compromise impossible and bloodshed inevitable. He was a man who could command an army, but could not comprehend a changing world. He won his battle on Blair Mountain so completely that he ultimately lost the war against history itself, a feudal lord swallowed by the tide of the 20th century. The law eventually caught up to him, but his true judgment was delivered by time. He died a relic, a dethroned king living out his days while the Union flag flew freely over the very mines he had once sworn to protect with blood and fire. His story serves as a dark and powerful lesson from the heart of these mountains, that a man who seeks absolute control will one day be confronted by an absolute truth, that no kingdom and no king lasts forever. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Don Chaffin, a man who believed in the law so long as he was the one writing it. The first shot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse like a clap of thunder, and then the world went mad. In less than 90 seconds, a judge, a sheriff, and a Commonwealth's attorney lay dead on the blood-slick floor, victims of a furious volley of gunfire. The newspapers across the nation screamed of a savage mountain clan, an insurrection against civilization itself. But for the people who lived and breathed the thin, cold air of the Blue Ridge Mountains, they knew the truth was far more complicated. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in the very temple of justice? Today, we separate the legends from the facts to uncover the story of the Allen clan and the epic manhunt that tore a community apart. Before the gun smoke and the blood, there was the land. Carroll County, Virginia, was a world unto itself, a kingdom of mist-shrouded ridges and deep, shadowed hollows carved by creeks 1,000 years old. The Blue Ridge Mountains weren't just a backdrop here, they were a living presence that shaped the people, instilling in them a fierce independence and a profound distrust of the flatlands below. In this isolated world, a man's worth was measured by the land he owned, the family he raised, and the honor he was willing to defend with his life. The seasons, not the clock in a distant capital, dictated the rhythm of life. At the center of this world stood Floyd Allen. He was a man built of the same hard rock as the mountains themselves, a patriarch in the truest sense. He wasn't some poor dirt farmer. He was a wealthy businessman, a landowner with vast tracts of timber and a former county supervisor. His word was law in the hollows. To his friends and family, he was generous and loyal to a fault. To his enemies, his temper was a force of nature. as sudden and violent as a summer thunderstorm. He saw himself not as a citizen subject to the law, but as the source of law in his domain. If Floyd was the fire of the Allen clan, his younger brother Sidney was the ice. Where Floyd was impulsive and hot-blooded, Sidney was cool, intelligent, and calculating. He too was a man of considerable wealth, but he showed his ambition in a different way. Just a few years before the tragedy, Sidney had completed a magnificent new home, the finest in the county. It was a testament to his success, a symbol of permanence and legacy, built with the finest wood and stone. It was a castle for his own dynasty, a place where he expected to live out his days in peace and prosperity. The Allens were not outlaws hiding in the shadows. They were the power in these hills. They were a sprawling, interconnected web of cousins, nephews, and in-laws, bound by blood and a shared code. They were respected, and they were feared. Their influence reached into local politics, business, and law enforcement. To cross one Allen was to cross them all, and everyone in Carroll County understood that simple, unshakable fact. They had built a world that answered to them and them alone. In these mountains, there were two kinds of law. There was the law written in books, administered by judges and lawyers from towns who didn't understand the ways of the high country. Then there was the unwritten law of the mountains, the code of honor. This code said that family was absolute, that an insult could not go unanswered, and that a man had the right to settle his own disputes. To be arrested and dragged before a judge for defending your kin was more than a legal problem. It was a profound public humiliation. It was an attack on your name and your very manhood. But the outside world was beginning to press in, its tendrils reaching up the mountain roads. Telegraph wires hummed with messages from a central government, and railroad surveyors planned routes that would cut through the heart of the old territories. A new kind of law was coming with them, an impersonal, unbending law that had no respect for a man's reputation or the weight of his name. Little did the Allens know, this encroaching world was about to put their code, their power, and their very lives on trial. And when those two worlds finally collided, they would not bend, they would shatter. The Allens didn't just live on the land, they were born of it. Their roots in Carroll County ran as deep as the ancient oaks. Generations before, their Scots-Irish ancestors had pushed into this unforgiving wilderness, looking not for easy living, but for a place where they would be beholden to no king and no landlord. They carved their existence out of the rocky soil, and their claim was sealed not just by deeds, but by the sweat, blood, and bones of their kin who were buried in it. This land was a heavy inheritance, a reminder that they had built their world from nothing, and they would bow to no outside authority that tried to take it away. This deep-seated distrust of distant power was a wound that had never truly healed since the Civil War. The mountains had been a house divided, a place where loyalty to Richmond or Washington could get a man killed by his own cousin. The war left behind a bitter legacy, a deep-seated suspicion that the laws passed in far-off capitals were designed to control and suppress the mountain people, not to protect them. For men like the Allens, the arrival of a state-appointed judge and a Commonwealth's attorney felt less like the administration of justice and more like the arrival of a garrison in occupied territory. In Carroll County, a family name was everything. It was a history, a code, and a burden. To be an Allen was to understand that you were part of something larger than yourself. It meant you never showed weakness, you never backed down from a fight, and you settled your own accounts. The name was a shield for those who bore it and a clear warning to those who might cross them. It carried with it the unspoken duty to uphold the family's honor and dominance, a duty that fell most heavily on the patriarch, Floyd Allen. So when Floyd Allen stood in that courtroom, he wasn't just one man facing a year in prison. He was the living embodiment of generations of clan history. He was defending more than his own freedom. He was defending his family's name and the very principle that an Allen did not submit. The courtroom wasn't just a room. It was a battlefield where the old ways were clashing with the new. Judge Massey represented the cold, impersonal law of the state, but Floyd Allen represented the hot-blooded, unwritten law of the mountains, a law that had been the final word in these hills for over a century. In the weeks leading up to Floyd Allen's trial, Carroll County was holding its breath. This wasn't just about one man's freedom, it was a reckoning. In the general stores, in the churches, and in the dark corners of saloons, the lines were being drawn. To speak in favor of the court was to risk the wrath of the Allen clan. To defend the Allens was to mark yourself as an enemy of the state's progress. Families who had been neighbors for generations suddenly looked at each other with suspicion. The air grew thick with a poison that had been seeping into the soil for years. This wasn't the first time the Allens had clashed with the law. There were stories, old fistfights at county fairs that were settled with a handshake instead of a warrant, disputed land claims where an Allen's fence post mysteriously moved overnight, and business deals where the other party always seemed to get the short end of the stick. More recently, there had been a simmering feud between Floyd and Sheriff Lewis Webb. Webb was a man determined to prove that no one was above the law, and he had made a point of arresting men connected to the Allens for minor infractions. Each arrest was a small poke at the bear, a test of power that Floyd saw as a direct personal challenge to his authority. Whispers spread through the hollows like wildfire in a dry season. People said Floyd Allen had sworn an oath that he would never spend a single night in a penitentiary cell. Others claimed that Judge Massey had been warned not to even come to Hillsville, that the Allens had already passed their own sentence on him. Rumors flew that Allen men were buying up every box of cartridges they could find, and that friends of the family were quietly making their way toward the county seat, their rifles cleaned and ready. Whether these rumors were true or not didn't matter. They created an atmosphere of inevitable violence. The trial became less about the law and more about a final, decisive confrontation. Everyone in the county, from the lowest tenant farmer to the wealthiest merchant, felt it coming. They knew that the feud between the old mountain code and the new state law was about to be settled, and it would be settled not with gavels and law books, but with lead and blood. In the mountains, people listened to the whispers of the woods, and in the weeks before the trial, the woods were sending out warnings. Old-timers later swore that the winter of 1912 felt different, holding on with a bitter, unnatural cold. On the high ridges, hunters claimed to hear a sound that hadn't been heard in decades, the chilling, woman-like scream of a painter, a mountain lion. To the mountain folk, it was a terrible omen, a cry from the land itself that blood was about to be spilled on its soil. It was as if nature was already mourning for the men who were about to die. The human omen arrived in Hillsville with polished shoes and leather briefcases. Judge Thornton Massey and Commonwealth's attorney William Foster were not mountain men. They were agents of a distant government, men who saw the world in the black and white text of law books. They walked into Carroll County with the confidence of men who believed they held all the power, that their authority was absolute and backed by the full might of the state. They could not understand that in these hills they were the outsiders. They were the foreign body that the clan, like a feverish immune system, was preparing to violently reject. On the morning of March 14th, a heavy stillness settled over the town of Hillsville. Sheriff Lewis Webb felt it in his bones. He was a local man, caught between the two great forces. He knew Floyd Allen, and he knew the unbending pride that coursed through the veins of that family. As he strapped on his pistol that morning, he wasn't just preparing for a day in court. He was preparing for a war. He could see the hard, unblinking eyes of the Allen clan members gathering on the courthouse steps. The air was thick and electric, like the dead calm before a lightning strike. Every man in that town knew that something terrible was about to happen. They were just waiting for the first drop of rain or the first flash of fire. The courtroom in Hillsville on March the 14th, 1912, was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The air was thick with the scent of wet wool, chewing tobacco, and raw fear. On the bench, sat Judge Thornton Massey, his face a grim mask of authority. Standing ready was Sheriff Lewis Webb, his hand hovering near the butt of his revolver, and scattered throughout the room, in the gallery and among the benches, were the Allens. They weren't there as spectators. They were there as soldiers, their eyes cold and watchful, their coats hanging heavy with the weight of concealed pistols. The jury filed back in, their faces pale. The foreman refused to look at Floyd Allen as he read the verdict. Guilty. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a sound like a distant rock slide. Then came the sentence: 1 year in the state penitentiary. For a man like Floyd Allen, a patriarch who had ruled his corner of the world with an iron will, this was an unimaginable disgrace. It wasn't the loss of a year of freedom. It was the public destruction of his honor, a declaration that his power meant nothing here. In that moment, something inside Floyd Allen broke. He rose slowly to his feet, his wounded pride radiating from him like heat. He looked not at the judge, but at the men of the court, the men of his county. And then he spoke the words that would ignite a war, a sentence that would be carved into the memory of those mountains forever. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "I ain't a-goin'." It was a declaration of independence. It was a final, absolute rejection of the court's authority. Judge Massey, stunned by the defiance, quickly ordered the sheriff, "Get your man." As Sheriff Webb took a step forward, the world seemed to slow down. Hands went to guns. Every man in that room held his breath, balanced on the knife's edge between law and anarchy. And then it happened. A single deafening crack of a pistol shot shattered the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd Allen making good on his promise? Was it Sheriff Webb trying to enforce the judge's order? Or was it Floyd's son, Claude, firing from the gallery to protect his father? It doesn't matter. That first drop of blood was all it took. In that instant, the trial of Floyd Allen was over, and the war of the Allen clan had begun. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It had become an execution ground. That first gunshot did not begin a duel. It detonated the world. The courtroom erupted into a volcano of sound and fury. It was not a chaotic panic. It was a coordinated, devastating volley. From the gallery, from behind benches, from the doorways, the Allens unleashed a storm of lead. The sharp cracks of pistols blended into a single continuous roar, a deafening thunder that shook the very foundations of the building and the law it represented. Through the eyes of a terrified witness huddled on the floor, the scene was a nightmare of flickering shadows and brilliant flashes of fire. Judge Thornton Massey was slammed back into his high-backed chair as if struck by an invisible fist. For a moment he sat upright, his face a mask of shock, before sliding silently from the bench. His gavel clattered onto the wooden planks, the last sound of order in a world now ruled by chaos. The symbol of the law was the first to fall. Sheriff Lewis Webb, caught in the open as he moved toward Floyd, never had a chance to draw his weapon. He crumpled to the floor, his life extinguished in an instant. Commonwealth's attorney William Foster staggered back, a look of disbelief on his face, before collapsing amongst the very law books and papers he had used to condemn Floyd Allen. Men who had moments before been arguing points of law were now diving for their lives under tables and behind railings. The air grew thick and heavy with gun smoke, so dense it choked the lungs and burned the eyes. The constant splintering of wood and shattering of glass was punctuated by the screams of the wounded and the terrified. Augustus Fowler, a juror who had simply done his civic duty, was caught in the crossfire and fell, a random victim in a war he had no part in. For 90 seconds, the Hillsville courthouse was the heart of a maelstrom, a place where the only authority was the muzzle of a gun. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A deafening silence fell over the room, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the soft flutter of legal papers drifting down through the hazy, acrid air. When the smoke began to clear, the walls and the judge's bench were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the carnage. The law of the state had been tried, judged, and executed in its own sanctuary. Through the haze, the surviving Allens moved with a chilling purpose. They were not panicked. They were a clan of soldiers retrieving their wounded leader. They scooped up the bleeding Floyd Allen, and before anyone could fully comprehend what had just happened, they were gone. They melted out of the courthouse and vanished into the misty streets of Hillsville, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable slaughter. The war had been declared, the first battle had been won, and the Allens were now retreating into the mountains that would become both their fortress and their prison. To understand what happened in that courtroom, you have to try, just for a moment, to look at the world through Floyd Allen's eyes. In his mind, he was not the criminal. He was the victim of a conspiracy. These men, Judge Massey, Attorney Foster, they were outsiders, invaders who had come into his territory, his kingdom, to strip him of his authority and his honor. The trial wasn't a search for truth. It was a public ritual of humiliation designed to break him and, through him, the power of the Allen clan forever. When the jury foreman spoke the word guilty, it wasn't just a verdict. It was the deepest possible insult. When the judge pronounced the sentence of 1 year in a cage, it was a death sentence for Floyd's pride. In that moment, the switch flipped. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It became a battlefield. The judge was not an arbiter of justice. He was the enemy commander who had just ordered his execution. The sheriff was not an officer of the court. He was the enemy soldier sent to capture him. The primal, unwritten law of the mountains, the law of survival and violent defense of one's own, instantly overrode the written law of the state. There was no room for hesitation. The moment the attack on his honor became a physical threat, the moment Sheriff Webb moved to lay hands on him, the time for words was over. For the Allens, this was self-defense. They were not murdering men. They were eliminating threats. In the cold calculus of clan survival, a judge who would cage their patriarch was an existential danger that had to be neutralized. The volley of gunfire was not an act of chaotic rage. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of their code. It was a preemptive strike to prevent the destruction of their world. As they carried their wounded leader from the smoking, blood-soaked courthouse, there was likely no remorse. There was no triumph. There was only the grim, chilling satisfaction of having met a mortal threat with overwhelming force. They had done what they had to do. They had defended their king and the honor of the clan. In their minds, they weren't fugitives fleeing justice. They were soldiers, retreating from a victorious battle, heading for the high ground to prepare for the long, bloody war that they knew was coming. When the last gunshot faded, the silence it left behind was more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, sacred silence, the kind that falls over a fresh grave. In the courtroom, the survivors lay frozen on the floor, the ringing in their ears slowly giving way to the soft, wet sound of dripping blood. The air was a choking fog of gunsmoke, and through the haze, the afternoon sun cast long, dusty rays that illuminated a scene from hell. Overturned benches, scattered legal papers stained crimson, and the still forms of men who, minutes earlier, had represented the full authority of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Slowly, the bravest of the townsfolk crept toward the courthouse doors. They peered into the smoky darkness, and a wave of collective shock and horror rippled through them. The news spread not like a rumor, but like a physical blow, striking the heart of Hillsville and knocking the breath out of it. The courthouse, the very symbol of order and civilization in their small world, had been desecrated. It was no longer a hall of justice. It was a slaughterhouse, a tomb for the law itself. The telegraph key began to chatter frantically, tapping out a message of carnage that sent a shockwave across the state and the nation. This was not just a backwoods murder. This was an open insurrection. The governor of Virginia, William Hodges Mann, declared it a direct outrage upon the civilization of the state. He vowed that this act of rebellion would be met with the full, crushing force of the government. The honor of Virginia was at stake, and it would be redeemed in blood if necessary. An immediate and furious manhunt began. Local posses were hastily formed, filled with men fueled by a mixture of civic duty, outrage, and a lust for the staggering reward money that was immediately offered. They were armed, angry, and determined, but they were local men plunging into a wilderness that the Allens knew intimately. As the first groups of riders galloped out of town, they were heading not just into the mountains, but into the Allens' world, where every ridge could hide a rifleman and every neighbor could be a spy. But while Hillsville was a whirlwind of chaos and the state was mobilizing for war, the Allens were already gone. They had moved with the swift, silent efficiency of ghosts. They had treated Floyd's wounds, gathered their forces, and melted into the labyrinth of misty hollows and dense forests they called home. The mountains had swallowed them whole. As the first posses nervously picked their way up the muddy tracks into the high country, they were hunting shadows. The Allens had won the battle, and now, on their own turf, they prepared for the siege. The Carroll County Courthouse massacre didn't unite the community in grief. It ripped it in two. A fault line cracked open, running through families, churches, and friendships that had stood for generations. In the days that followed, the general store became a silent theater of suspicion. Men who had known each other since boyhood would now only nod curtly, their eyes avoiding contact. A word spoken in defense of the slain judge could be seen as a betrayal of your own mountain people, while a word of sympathy for the Allens could mark you as an enemy of the state. Every conversation was a minefield, and silence became the safest language. A wall of silence, as dense and impenetrable as the mountain laurel, rose up to protect the fugitives. It was a wall built of two things: fear and kinship. The fear was simple and immediate. The Allen clan was vast, and their reach extended into every hollow. To be seen talking to a lawman could mean a burned barn, a dead milk cow, or worse. The posses might be in town today, but the Allens would be your neighbors forever. This fear was a cold, hard fact of life that every mountain family understood. But it was more than just fear. For many, the Allens were not monsters. They were their own. They were men who had stood up against an arrogant outside law that sought to humiliate one of their patriarchs. The heavy-handed tactics of the first posses only deepened this resentment. When lawmen from the flatlands began kicking in doors and treating every mountain family as a potential conspirator, they weren't winning hearts and minds. They were proving the Allens' point. They were an occupying army, and many locals chose to side with their own, even if they were now branded as outlaws. This division wasn't abstract. It was written in small, secret acts of courage and cowardice. A cousin of the Allens would find a sack of cornmeal and salted pork left on a stump deep in the woods, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show their face. A farmer whose land bordered an escape route would see tracks in the mud and say nothing. At the same time, another man would look a deputy straight in the eye and swear on a Bible that he had been with one of the Allen boys miles away from the courthouse on the very afternoon of the shooting. These were not just lies. They were oaths of allegiance to the unwritten code of the mountains, a code that was now at open war with the laws of Virginia. The local posses were doomed from the start. They were good men, but they were hunting legends in a landscape that belonged to the legends. For weeks, they crashed through the underbrush, chasing rumors and echoes. The Allens were always one step ahead, phantoms in the mist. A warm campfire found abandoned, a footprint in the mud leading to a rushing creek. It was like hunting ghosts who knew every secret path, every hidden cave, and every sympathetic ear in 100 square miles. The great manhunt was becoming a great embarrassment, and the honor of Virginia was bleeding away with every passing day. Frustrated and furious, the state unleashed a new kind of predator on the Blue Ridge Mountains. They called in the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, the infamous Pinkertons of the South. These were not local lawmen. They were cold-eyed professionals, manhunters for hire, known for their ruthless efficiency in the bloody coalfield wars. They arrived in Hillsville on a special train, clad in city clothes but carrying the deadliest weapons of the age, Winchester repeating rifles and semi-automatic pistols. They brought with them a cold, corporate style of violence, and they saw the mountains not as a home, but as a hostile grid to be systematically swept and cleared. With the Baldwin-Felts agents in charge, the hunt became a brutal, grinding war of attrition. The dragnet tightened. Teams of detectives leading packs of baying bloodhounds pushed deep into the hollows. They moved with a chilling purpose, raiding farmhouses in the dead of night, kicking down doors and dragging men from their beds for interrogation. They cared nothing for the mountain code of conduct. To them, every silent farmer was a potential conspirator, every cabin a potential hideout. The mountains fought back against them. Sudden downpours washed away scents, confusing the dogs. The treacherous terrain lamed their horses and broke the axles of their wagons. The silent, watchful eyes of the mountain people followed their every move, and the forest itself seemed to conspire to hide its fugitive sons. The first major breakthrough came not from brilliant detective work, but from exhaustion and a tip-off. Floyd Allen, wounded and weakened, had been holed up in a cabin, his body too broken to continue the flight. A posse, led by the relentless detectives, surrounded the house at dawn. There was no final gun battle. Floyd, feverish and in pain, knew the game was up. He surrendered. The fiery patriarch finally captured. His personal war brought to an inglorious end. His son Claude was captured soon after. The state had its prize, the man who had declared, "I ain't a-goin'." But as the detectives celebrated their victory, a chilling realization began to dawn on them. They had the lion, but the foxes had gotten away. The local posses had nabbed a few smaller members of the clan in the initial chaos. Now the Baldwin-Felts men had the leader. But Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, and his fiercely loyal nephew Wesley Edwards, the men many believed were the true masterminds of the courtroom escape, were nowhere to be found. The massive, expensive and brutal hunt that had terrorized an entire county had failed in its most crucial objective. The shadows of the Blue Ridge had been searched, but the cleverest of the fugitives had simply vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen could never have been held in Hillsville. The ghost of Judge Massey still haunted that blood-stained room, and the town was a tinderbox of raw nerves and divided loyalties. Instead, the proceedings were moved to Wytheville, and the trial began under the watch of armed militia. Sharpshooters were posted on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun. Inside, every spectator was searched for weapons. This was not a simple trial. It was a show of force, a demonstration by the state that its authority, once shattered, had been restored with steel and gunpowder. Floyd Allen was carried into the courtroom each day, a wounded lion in a cage. His body was broken, but his eyes still burned with the same defiant fire that had lit the fuse of the massacre. He showed no remorse, no fear. He sat there as a captured king, listening to the legal arguments of a system he had never recognized as his own. Beside him, his son Claude was a study in stoic loyalty, his face a hard mask, ready to share his father's fate. They were not begging for mercy. They were facing the consequences of their war, their silence a final act of defiance. The trial itself was a theater of conflicting truths. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the state, painted the Allens as savage anarchists, a clan of killers who had declared war on civilization. Their lawyers, in turn, fought back fiercely, arguing that the first shot had come from Sheriff Webb, that the Allens had been caught in a trap and had only fired to defend their patriarch's life. Witnesses took the stand, their hands trembling, their testimony often shifting like shadows depending on which lawyer was asking the questions. The truth of those 90 seconds was buried under an avalanche of fear, loyalty, and intimidation. But in the end, the outcome was never truly in doubt. The state needed a conviction. It needed to prove that its laws were supreme. The jury, after deliberating under immense pressure, returned with the inevitable verdict. Guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. As the foreman spoke the words, a heavy silence fell over the packed courtroom. Floyd and Claude Allen received the news without flinching. They had gambled everything on their code, and they had lost. The sentence was death. Not by the rope, the old way of the mountains, but by the new, clean terror of the electric chair. It was the final, modern symbol of the state's power. But as the verdict was celebrated in the state capitol, a deep and troubling question hung in the mountain air. Was this justice for the men who died in the courthouse? Or was it a calculated act of state vengeance, an execution designed to break the spirit of the mountains and make a terrifying example of the Allen clan? Was the state simply answering one massacre with another, more methodical one? The law of men had won its victory, but many felt it was a victory that left the scales of true justice unbalanced. The state of Virginia was not content with a verdict. It required a final, undeniable demonstration of its power. On a cold spring morning in 1913, Floyd and Claude Allen were led from their cells. They walked to the electric chair not as broken criminals begging for mercy, but as defeated soldiers facing a firing squad. They met their end with the same stoic defiance they had shown in the courtroom. With the pull of a switch, the fire of the Allen clan's rebellion was brutally and officially extinguished. The state had made its point. The old code of the mountains was dead, and this was its public execution. But while the state was executing its prisoners, two ghosts still haunted the law. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards had vanished. The great manhunt had failed. For 6 months, they were whispers in the wind, their escape feeding the growing legend of the clan's cunning. But they weren't in the mountains. They had slipped through the net and made their way hundreds of miles west to Des Moines, Iowa. Shaving their mustaches and taking on new names, they lived a quiet life, working as carpenters. Their fatal mistake was not a slip of the tongue, but a longing for home. A letter, forwarded from a relative, was traced by a patient postal inspector. There was no grand shootout. On a quiet September morning, Baldwin Felts detectives and local police burst into their rented house and captured the two most wanted men in Virginia without a single shot fired. Their trial was a foregone conclusion. With Floyd and Claude already executed, the public's thirst for vengeance was largely slaked. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards were spared the electric chair, but were sentenced to long, hard years in the state penitentiary, a living death in a stone cage. They were sent away, and the state of Virginia closed the book on the Carroll County massacre. The Allens were finally, completely broken. And here, my friends, the story takes its final, tragic turn. In prison, Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, became a model prisoner. The fire that had fueled the feud seemed to have been quenched, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. Years turned into a decade, and his health began to fail. In 1926, the governor, seeing a broken old man, granted him a pardon. Sidney Allen returned to Carroll County a free man, but he came back a ghost. He returned not to his magnificent home, which stood as a monument to a life that no longer existed, but as a shadow of his former self. He had outlived his world. 1 year later, Sidney Allen died, his freedom a brief, bitter epilogue to a life of power and ruin. With the leaders of the clan dead or in chains, a heavy, deliberate silence settled over Carroll County. The story of the courthouse massacre was not something to be discussed. It was a wound too deep, a memory too divisive. People had to go on living together, had to trade at the same stores and attend the same churches. And so, the story was buried. It was locked away in the attic of the community's memory, an unspoken horror that everyone knew was there, but no one dared to mention. They tried to move on, to plow over the blood-soaked ground and plant anew, but some scars are too deep to ever truly fade. And what is left of this epic war today, more than a century later? The names are still there. Drive the winding roads of Carroll County, and you will still find the names Allen, Webb, and Edwards on mailboxes. The descendants of the clan and their victims still walk the same land. For them, it is a heavy inheritance, a legacy of both fierce pride and terrible violence. The story isn't told with the old fire anymore. It is a quiet history, a family secret shared in hushed tones, a reminder of a time when the blood ran hot and the law of the mountains met the law of the state in a fatal collision. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't find the old courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, and a new one stands in its place, a symbol of a more orderly world. The 57 bullet holes that scarred its walls exist now only in photographs and memory, the physical wounds of that day finally erased. But drive a few miles out of town, and you will find it. Sidney Allen's magnificent house still stands. It is a private home now, but it remains a silent, brooding monument to the ambition of a fallen dynasty. Its sturdy walls and grand design, a testament to a future that was burned away in a few minutes of gunfire. In the local cemetery, the final chapter is written in stone. Here, the feud is over. The combatants lie in a final, silent truce under the shade of ancient trees. Floyd and Claude Allen lie not far from the men they were convicted of killing. The simple dates carved on their tombstones give no hint of the 90 seconds of chaos that forever bound their fates together. Here, they are all equal, their passions cooled, their war finally over. The people of Carroll County tried to bury the story, to let the grass grow over the scars. But the mountains don't forget. They were here long before the Allens arrived, and they will be here long after the last stone on their graves has crumbled to dust. The wind that whispers through the pines on the Blue Ridge still carries the echo of those gunshots. The dark hollows where Sidney and Wesley hid still hold the memory of their flight. The land itself is the final witness, the keeper of a story that is now part of the very soul of this place. So we return to the question that echoed from that bloody courtroom. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in its own temple? After walking through the smoke and shadows of this story, we can see the answer is not a simple one. The slaughter in Hillsville wasn't just the act of a cornered criminal, it was the last, desperate roar of a dying world. Floyd Allen saw himself not as a lawbreaker, but as a sovereign king in his own land, and the court's verdict was an invasion, a declaration of war against his entire way of life. The gunshots were the death rattle of an unwritten code of honor that had ruled those mountains for 150 years. This is a story about the brutal collision of two Americas. It is a story of family loyalty pushed to its most violent and tragic extreme. It is a story of pride so fierce it would rather die in a blaze of gunfire than bend its knee to a foreign power, even if that power was the government of its own state. There were no simple heroes here. There were proud, violent men who met their fate, and a new, organized form of power that meted out its own cold and methodical form of violence in return. The manhunt for the Allen clan became a legend, a defining myth of Appalachia's transition into the modern world. It is a harsh and brutal lesson that reminds us that progress is often not a peaceful parade, but a bloody, painful conquest. The world of the Allens is gone now, buried in the past, but its memory lingers. It serves as a stark reminder of a time when the mountains bred a different kind of man, and when justice was not a matter of law books, but of blood. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack. It was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." In the dead of a Tennessee night, two gunshots rip through the silence of a lonely log inn. Inside, a man lies bleeding on the floorboards, a man who mapped a continent and gazed upon the Pacific Ocean. It's Meriwether Lewis, a national hero. History tells us a simple, tragic story. A great man, broken by depression, took his own life. But the whispers along the old Natchez Trace tell a different tale. A story of robbery, of political assassination, of a truth so dark it had to be buried. What really happened at Grinder's Stand on that awful night? Was it the final act of a desperate man, or the perfect murder of an American icon? To understand the darkness of that end, you must first remember the brilliance of the beginning. Just 3 years earlier, Meriwether Lewis was not a broken man, but the nation's brightest star. He returned from the great unknown not just as a survivor, but as a conqueror of myth. He was the man who had walked to the edge of the world and come back, bringing an entire continent with him, folded neatly onto maps drawn by his own hand. Parades were thrown in his honor, women swooned, and children whispered his name like that of a folk hero sprung to life. He was America's Odysseus, the living embodiment of its boundless ambition. This was no simple soldier. Lewis was a scholar of the wild, handpicked and mentored by President Thomas Jefferson himself. He was a man who could navigate by the stars, identify 1,000 new species of plant and animal, negotiate with dozens of native tribes, and command the unwavering loyalty of his men through brutal winters and starvation. His mind was a finely tuned instrument capable of holding the vast, unmapped West in its grasp. He was quiet, introspective, and prone to melancholy even then. But it was a poet's melancholy, the thoughtful burden of a man who saw the world with a piercing, almost painful clarity. His reward for this monumental achievement was the governorship of the vast Upper Louisiana Territory. St. Louis, his capital, was the wild heart of this new American empire, a chaotic frontier town of fur trappers, French Creoles, Spanish agents, and land speculators, all swirling in a storm of ambition and conspiracy. For the hero of the Corps of Discovery, this was to be the next great challenge, to tame not a wilderness of rivers and mountains, but one of men. He was meant to be the architect of civilization at the very edge of the map. But the world he had mastered was a world of clear dangers and honest truths. A grizzly bear does not lie. A river does not plot against you. The skills that had kept him alive in the wilderness, unquestioned authority, swift and solitary decisions, and intolerance for deceit, were precisely the ones that made him a poor politician. He was a man of action and honor, suddenly trapped in a swamp of paperwork, petty rivalries, and whispers in smoky back rooms. The ground beneath his feet, once the solid earth of the trail, had turned to quicksand. He had once been at home in the deepest, most unforgiving parts of the continent. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the cry of a distant hawk. This was the language he understood. The vast, untamed American wilderness was not his enemy. It was his sanctuary and his domain. He could read a forest like a book and a river like a letter from a friend. There was no place on earth he should have felt safer. Little did he know, the modern world he was helping to build would soon turn on him. The hero had returned from the great wilderness, but a different, more dangerous wilderness was beginning to grow within his own mind. The adoring crowds were fading into the distance, replaced by the silent, judging eyes of creditors and the sneering faces of political enemies. The world he had won was about to be lost. The conflict that would end Meriwether Lewis' life wasn't born in a tavern brawl or over a disputed property line. Its seeds were sown in the grand halls of European palaces and in the treacherous politics of a new nation. The land at the heart of this story wasn't a few acres of Rocky Mountain soil. It was an empire. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 wasn't just a transaction, it was the acquisition of a ghost, a vast, undefined territory haunted by the ambitions of France and Spain. Lewis was the man sent to give that ghost a body, to map its rivers and mountains, to make it truly American. The land was his legacy, the source of his fame, and ultimately the reason for his destruction. The ink on the purchase treaty was barely dry, but the region was already scarred by a century of shifting loyalties. St. Louis was not a simple American frontier town. It was a place layered with history, a city with a French soul and a Spanish past. Its most powerful citizens, the old money fur traders and landowners, had deep ties to the old world. To them, Governor Lewis wasn't a hero. He was an outsider, a federal agent sent by a distant government in Washington to impose a new order. He represented an American authority they had no reason to trust and every reason to resent. This wasn't a feud between families. It was a cold war between the old guard and the new nation. At the heart of this simmering conflict was a man who personified the region's treachery, General James Wilkinson. To the public, he was a decorated general. In reality, he was a master of deceit, a paid agent for the Spanish crown, and a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He was a spider at the center of a web of conspiracy that stretched from New Orleans to the Canadian border, and he had served as the first governor of the territory Lewis now controlled. Lewis, a man of uncompromising honor, was a direct threat to Wilkinson's shadowy empire. He wasn't just an obstacle, he was a potential witness, a man who, by virtue of his office, had access to documents and records that could expose Wilkinson's treason and send him to the gallows. In these mountains, a family name can be a heavy burden. But for Meriwether Lewis, his own name had become a curse. The name Lewis was supposed to mean courage, integrity, and triumph over the wilderness. But in the viper's nest of St. Louis, his enemies worked tirelessly to redefine it, to associate it with incompetence, instability, and financial ruin. Every rejected expense report, every political maneuver that undermined his authority, was a deliberate blow against his honor. To be Meriwether Lewis meant you could not fail. And as he set out on that final journey, he knew he was fighting for more than his career. He was fighting for the very meaning of his name. The world of Meriwether Lewis had shrunk from a vast continent to the suffocating confines of his own office, and the most venomous snake in St. Louis was the one who sat across the hall. His name was Frederick Bates, the territorial secretary and Lewis' second in command. Bates was a man made of paper and ink, a bureaucrat who saw the world in rules and regulations. He resented Lewis' fame, disdained his decisive, often unilateral style of command, and coveted his position. He became the quiet, meticulous architect of the governor's downfall. The deepest wounds were not inflicted by a knife, but by a bookkeeper's pen in a distant Washington office. Lewis, acting as governor, had issued drafts to pay for militias, for Indian affairs, and for government supplies, all necessary expenses to manage a wild and unruly territory. But the War Department, perhaps nudged by Bates's poisonous letters, began to reject them. One protest after another came back, branding the hero of the nation as financially irresponsible. The most galling was the refusal to pay for the expedition to return the Mandan chief Shehike to his people, a matter of national honor that Lewis had personally guaranteed. These weren't just numbers in a ledger, they were stones being thrown at his good name, each one chipping away at the foundation of his reputation. From his desk in St. Louis, Frederick Bates spun a web of insinuation that reached all the way to the Capitol. He wrote letters to his powerful friends, painting a picture of Governor Lewis as erratic, extravagant, and possibly corrupt. He framed Lewis's decisive actions as reckless overreaches of authority and his bouts of melancholy as evidence of a complete mental breakdown. The rumors took on a life of their own, whispered in the halls of Congress and the offices of the War Department. The hero who had once been praised for his boldness was now being condemned for it. The whispers from St. Louis had become a roar in Washington, and Lewis could feel the ground crumbling beneath him. He was a man isolated. Beyond Bates, He had made powerful enemies among the old guard of St. Louis by challenging their dubious, often fraudulent, Spanish land grants. These were wealthy, influential men who saw Louis not as a governor, but as a threat to their fortunes. They formed a silent chorus of approval for Bétes's campaign of character assassination. Everywhere Louis turned, he saw a smiling face with daggers hidden behind its back. His few allies were far away, and his mentor, Jefferson, was now retired. His influence diminished. The hero was alone, surrounded by a closing circle of enemies who wanted nothing more than to see him fall. As Meriwether Lewis left the civilized world behind and plunged into the autumn twilight of the Natchez Trace, he entered a different kind of wilderness. This wasn't the majestic, untamed West he had once conquered. This was a place of dark folklore, a path said to be haunted by the ghosts of murdered travelers. Rivermen and traders called it the Devil's Backbone, and they told stories around their campfires of spectral highwaymen and strange, unsettling cries that echoed through the cypress swamps on moonless nights. The trace itself felt like a bad omen, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, a place where a man's worst fears could take solid form in the oppressive shadows. The human omen on this journey was Lewis himself. The hero of the Corps of Discovery was gone, replaced by a tormented figure whose mind was unraveling. At Fort Pickering, near modern-day Memphis, the darkness had surfaced with terrifying force. He had tried to take his own life, not once, but twice. His traveling companion, Major Neely, found him so utterly deranged that he had to be placed under watch. The men around him no longer saw a governor or a great explorer. They saw a man possessed, his eyes wild, his speech frantic and paranoid. He was a storm cloud moving across the land, and everyone in his path could feel the chill in the air. Inside Lewis's own mind, the premonition of dread was a constant screaming torment. Every snap of a twig in the forest was an assassin sent by Wilkinson. Every shadow that danced at the edge of his vision was a debt collector sent from Washington. The papers he carried, the very documents meant to be his salvation, felt like a physical weight, a death warrant, marking him as a target for his enemies. He was caught in a gut-wrenching spiral, unable to trust anyone, not even his own servant. This wasn't just a journey to clear his name, it was a desperate flight. He spurred his horse on, riding ahead of his companions in a frantic burst of energy, as if he could outrun the demons that were chasing him, both from behind and from within. He was riding hard toward a rundown little inn called Grinder's Stand, a place that was waiting in the gloom to claim him. The point of no return wasn't a dusty crossroads or a declaration of war. It was the moment Meriwether Lewis, alone and haggard, rode out of the darkening woods and into the small, squalid clearing of Grinder's Stand. The inn was little more than a pair of crude log cabins huddled against the immense, indifferent wilderness. For a weary traveler, it should have been a sanctuary. For Lewis, it was to be his Gethsemane. The proprietor, Robert Grinder, was gone, leaving his wife, Priscilla, to manage the place alone with her children. She was a simple frontier woman, accustomed to hardship, but she was not prepared for the storm that was about to break upon her doorstep. The confrontation began not with a drawn pistol, but with a gaze. Lewis dismounted, his face flushed, his eyes holding a wild, feverish light that unnerved Mrs. Grinder instantly. He asked for some spirits, and as she served him a simple supper, the governor's torment began to spill out. He couldn't sit still. He paced the dirt floor of the cabin, from the hearth to the door and back again, his movements sharp and erratic like a caged wolf. He would stop, stare into the fire, and then burst into frantic, disjointed monologues. The words tumbled out, a torrent of grievances about the government, about the protested drafts, about the ruin of his good name. He wasn't speaking to her. He was a man arguing with ghosts only he could see. Mrs. Grinder watched, her initial unease curdling into genuine fear. This was not the celebrated explorer she had heard tales of. This was a man on the ragged edge of sanity. She saw his hand tremble as he raised his cup. She heard the desperation in his voice as he muttered about his enemies and the destruction of his honor. This wasn't a guest seeking lodging. It was a man's soul coming apart at the seams, right there in her cabin. The conflict was no longer a matter of distant politics and letters. It was a raw, terrifying human crisis unfolding just feet away from her. The escalation was silent, but decisive. When Lewis retired to the room she offered him, the atmosphere in the main cabin was thick with dread. It felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. The last semblance of normalcy shattered. For Priscilla Grinder, the code of frontier hospitality was overridden by the primal instinct of a mother protecting her young. She gathered her children and fled to the separate kitchen cabin, barring the door behind her. It was a simple act, but it was the final, fatal isolation of Meriwether Lewis. The last friendly human face in his world disappeared behind a wall of logs. He was now utterly, completely alone with the darkness that had chased him all the way down the devil's backbone. In the suffocating dark of the kitchen cabin, Priscilla Grinder lay awake, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The silence of the Natchez Trace was absolute, a heavy blanket of blackness that seemed to swallow all sound. And then, the blanket was torn apart. The deafening roar of a pistol shot from the main cabin ripped through the night, a violent crack of thunder from a cloudless sky. She jolted upright. A moment later, she heard a second sound, a heavy, sickening thud, as if a sack of grain or a man's body had crashed to the floor. Silence rushed back in, now more terrifying than before. It was a listening silence, charged with the question of what had just happened. And then another shot rang out, echoing the first, a brutal exclamation point on the night's violence. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Mrs. Grinder. She didn't dare move. She didn't dare breathe. She was a woman alone with her children, with a terrible violence unfolding just a few yards away. What came next would be seared into her memory forever. It wasn't the sound of fighting or shouting. It was the sound of pure agony. She heard a dragging, scraping noise from the main cabin, the sound of a body, wounded and broken, trying to pull itself across the rough-hewn floorboards. It was a sound of desperate, animalistic struggle. And then a voice, strained and hoarse with pain, cried out into the darkness. "Oh, Mrs. Grinder, give me some water." It was the governor's voice. Paralyzed by a terror she would later call a woman's fear, she remained frozen in the dark. The pleas continued, rising and falling with ragged gasps for air. Through the chinks in the logs of her cabin, she claimed she could see a shadowy figure stumbling outside, reaching for the water bucket before collapsing. For what felt like an eternity, she did nothing but listen to the low, tortured groans of a dying man just beyond her door, a sound that would surely haunt her for the rest of her days. The nightmare only ended with the grey light of dawn. Lewis's servants, finally arriving, found him. He was still breathing. Propped against the cold logs of the cabin, he was a ruin of a man, his clothes stained dark, his body a testament to the night's horrific violence. He had endured for hours. As the sun's first rays touched the clearing, he looked at his servant and whispered his last words, a final, desperate plea for his honor. "I am no coward," he said, "but I am so strong. It is so hard to die." And then, as the sun climbed above the Tennessee wilderness he had helped to claim for his nation, the great explorer's light went out forever. If we are to believe the official story, then the beast that cornered Meriwether Lewis in that cabin was not an assassin or a robber. It was a phantom that had been stalking him for years, his own mind. To understand its twisted logic, you have to understand the code of honor that governed men like Lewis. His reputation was not just a part of his life, it was his life. In his mind, the protested drafts and the whispers from Washington were not just financial problems, they were a mortal wound to his soul. The beast, his depression, his paranoia, told him that a slow, public death by 1,000 cuts of disgrace was an agony no man of honor could endure. It whispered a poisoned logic, that a quick, violent end by his own hand was not an act of cowardice, but the last defiant act of a man refusing to be broken by lesser men. The point of transformation likely came in the suffocating solitude of that cabin after Priscilla Grinder had retreated. That simple act of her leaving, of barring a door against him, was the final proof his paranoid mind needed. He was utterly alone, an outcast. The switch flipped. The methodical, brilliant explorer who had charted a continent was gone, consumed by a storm of shame and despair. The beast took the reins, and its only goal was to silence the torment. This wasn't a calculated decision. It was a surrender. The cool-headed commander who had faced down grizzly bears and stared into the abyss of starvation now faced an enemy he could not intimidate, an enemy that lived behind his own eyes. And so, the violence began. But the beast inside him made one fatal miscalculation. It underestimated the sheer physical resilience of Meriwether Lewis. The body that had survived the Rocky Mountains and the Dakota winters refused to surrender easily. The first shot, a devastating wound that would have felled an ordinary man, only crippled him. This sparked a new kind of horror, a frantic, desperate rage against his own vitality. The second shot, the razor cuts, these were not part of a plan. They were the savage, chaotic acts of a mind trapped in a body that was simply too strong to die. It was a gruesome, bloody battle, not for life, but for the release of death. After the frenzy passed, as he lay bleeding on the cold dirt floor, there was no triumph. There was no relief. There was only a chilling, agonizing clarity. The beast had retreated, and the man, Meriwether Lewis, was left in the wreckage. His desperate cries for water were not the ravings of a madman. They were the most basic, human plea of a person in excruciating pain, a return to the simple, desperate need for life at the very moment he had tried to destroy it. In those final, agonizing hours, he likely felt not the peace of a Roman falling on his sword, but the horrifying, empty truth. His last great expedition, a journey into the uncharted wilderness of his own despair, had ended in nothing but ruin and pain. When the sun was fully risen, it illuminated a scene of profound desolation. The clearing at Grinder's Stand was no longer just a poor, remote inn, it was a gravesite. The unnatural silence that followed Lewis' last breath was broken only by the quiet grief of his servants and the unnerved whispers of Priscilla Grinder, who had finally emerged from her hiding place. The body of the great explorer, the man who had dined with presidents and stood as a titan of American expansion, lay in the Tennessee dirt, his grand legacy reduced to a bloody spectacle in a place of utter squalor. Into this grim tableau rode Major James Neely. He arrived to find his worst fears realized. He saw the body, the pistols, the razor. He listened to Mrs. Grinder's harrowing, disjointed account of the night's events. For Neely, there was no mystery here. He saw the tragic but logical conclusion to the mental decay he had witnessed just days before at Fort Pickering. He was not a detective arriving at the scene of a crime. He was an officer arriving to confirm a casualty. His mind was already made up. The fate of the survivors began to solidify in those first few hours. Priscilla Grinder's story, born of terror and confusion, became the one and only official account. She was the sole eyewitness, and her narrative of Lewis's madness and self-destruction provided a simple, horrifying explanation that answered every question, even if it created a dozen more. Her fight was not for justice for the governor, but for a version of the truth that would allow her and her family to survive the terrible event that had landed on their doorstep. For Lewis' servant, John Pernier, the fight was over. He was a man adrift, his master and protector gone, left with the grim task of attending to the remains. There was no manhunt. No posse was formed to scour the woods for land pirates or assassins. The authority on the scene, Major Neely, saw no need for one. The immediate task was simply to deal with the body. Meriwether Lewis was buried with a haste that defied his station. He was placed in a crude coffin and interred just a few dozen yards from the cabin where he died. There was no eulogy from a president, no honor guard, just a simple hole in the ground on the very edge of the wilderness he had given his life to explore. His final resting place was as lonely and desolate as his death. And here, my friends, is where the door to any other possibility was slammed shut and bolted. Major Neely took charge of Lewis's belongings, his trunks, his papers, his remaining money. Then he sat down and composed a letter to Thomas Jefferson. In it, he laid out the story just as he saw it. A clear case of a brilliant but deranged mind finally succumbing to its own demons. That letter, traveling from the dark woods of Tennessee to the quiet study of Monticello, was more powerful than any sheriff's warrant. It wasn't an appeal for an investigation, it was a final report. It sealed the governor's fate in the pages of history, burying any suspicion of foul play under the immense weight of his own mentor's grief and acceptance. The news of Lewis's death traveled fast, but the truth got left behind on the dark and muddy road. As the story spread from the trace to the halls of power, it immediately fractured the world into two camps. In one camp stood the establishment, led by the powerful voice of Thomas Jefferson himself. Grieving the loss of his protege, he accepted Major Neely's report without question. His public declaration that it was an unquestionable suicide, born of hereditary melancholy, became the official history. It was a neat, tragic, and above all, final explanation. For a nation that revered its heroes, it was easier to mourn a fallen angel than to hunt for a mortal demon. But in the other camp, there was a raw, angry disbelief. This was the camp of the Lewis family, led by his mother, Lucy Marks. A mother knows her son, and she refused to accept that the strong, resilient boy she had raised, the man who had faced down the entire continent, would end his own life in such a brutal, clumsy manner. Her conviction was absolute. He was murdered, she stated plainly, a cry of maternal certainty against a chorus of official pronouncements. This wasn't a debate for them. It was a desecration of his memory. They drew a line in the dirt, a line of loyalty and love that has not faded to this day. In St. Louis, a different kind of division took place, a division between public mourning and private relief. For Frederick Bates and Lewis's other political rivals, the news was not a tragedy, it was a solution. The troublesome governor, the man whose honor they had so carefully dismantled, was gone. A collective, unspoken sigh of relief went through the city's old guard. No one in power there had any interest in asking difficult questions that might lead back to their own intrigues. Their silence was a powerful endorsement of the suicide verdict, a quiet conspiracy to let the matter die with the man. Meanwhile, back along the Natchez Trace, the community of settlers and frontiersmen drew their own conclusions. These were practical, often brutal people who understood the dangers of the road. To them, a high-profile traveler getting killed for his money was a story that made perfect sense. The complex tale of a hero's mental collapse seemed far less plausible than simple, bloody-minded greed. A dark cloud of suspicion settled over Grinder's stand. Whispers turned Robert Grinder into a murderer and his wife into a liar, their poverty seen not as proof of their innocence, but as a sign of a curse for the blood they had spilled. This is how the story was buried. Priscilla Grinder, the only witness, was trapped in a conspiracy of silence by her own testimony. To change it would be to invite suspicion upon her own family. The politicians in Washington and St. Louis remained silent out of self-preservation. And so, the only person left to scream for justice was a grieving mother whose voice was drowned out by the official narrative. An act of profound courage on her part was dismissed as the predictable denial of a heartbroken parent. The community had been irrevocably split, not just over the facts of a death, but over the very soul of the man they thought they knew. There was no posse, no sheriff riding out with a warrant, no official manhunt for the killers of Meriwether Lewis. The law had closed its eyes and declared the case solved. But a different kind of hunt began, a quiet, phantom pursuit that took place not in the sunlit woods, but in the dark corridors of rumor and suspicion. The prey wasn't a man on the run, it was the truth itself. The ones who took up this chase were not lawmen, but Lewis's family and the handful of people who could not stomach the official story. The hunt was led by a ghost, the ghost of General James Wilkinson. For those who suspected murder, every path led back to him. He was the man with the most to gain from Lewis' permanent silence. The papers Lewis was carrying were a loaded gun pointed directly at Wilkinson's treacherous career. Had he dispatched assassins to the trace? The hunters in the shadows, men like Lewis' own kin, looked for clues. They spoke to travelers who had been on the road at the same time. They listened to the whispers in river towns and frontier forts. They were searching for a trail that had gone cold the moment it was made, trying to connect the shadowy general to the bloody clearing at Grinder's Stand. This hunt played out not against the backdrop of the mountains, but on the pages of newspapers and in private letters. It was an ordeal against an enemy you couldn't see. For every claim of foul play, a dozen official voices rose to defend the suicide theory, citing Jefferson as their unassailable source. The hunters found themselves chasing whispers, trying to prove a conspiracy against a powerful establishment that had already declared its verdict. The wilderness they navigated was one of innuendo and political influence, a landscape far more treacherous than the Bitterroot Mountains. The moment of capture never came. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic arrest. Robert Grinder, the most obvious suspect, lived out his days in obscurity, neither punished nor exonerated, forever trapped in the amber of local suspicion. General Wilkinson, the spider at the center of the web, not only escaped justice but thrived, his treason not fully exposed until decades after his death. The truth, if it was murder, was the perfect crime. The assassins, if they existed, simply melted back into the shadows of the frontier, their identities lost forever. The hunt failed because the quarry was too powerful, the trail was too cold, and the keepers of the official story had no interest in seeing it found. The shadows won. But my friends, the most chilling part of this story is the trial that never happened. There was no packed courtroom with armed guards, no cunning lawyers arguing points of law. The courthouse doors in Hickman County, Tennessee, remained shut. The justice system, the great institution of American law, never once looked into the violent death of one of the nation's most prominent citizens. The trial of Meriwether Lewis was conducted not by a judge and jury, but through private correspondence, and the verdict was sealed before his body was even cold. The courtroom where this case was decided was the quiet study of Thomas Jefferson. The star witness was Major James Neely, whose letter provided the only testimony that mattered. The evidence was not a bloody pistol or a torn shirt, but Jefferson's own memories of his friend's hypochondriac affections. There was no cross-examination, no defense attorney to challenge the narrative. The most powerful and respected man in the country, acting as judge, jury, and executioner of his friend's memory, declared the case closed. It was the law of powerful men, swift and absolute. The defendants, if there were any, never had to offer a plea. Robert Grinder, the innkeeper, simply faded back into the obscurity of the frontier, though he would live out his life under the permanent shadow of suspicion from his neighbors. Frederick Bates, back in St. Louis, received the news and seamlessly continued his campaign to secure the governorship for himself. And General James Wilkinson, the master of shadows, watched from a distance as a great threat to his treasonous career was not just eliminated, but erased in a way that left no questions and no trail back to him. They offered no remorse, no defiant smirks. They offered only a profound and damning silence. The verdict was announced to the world, not with the bang of a gavel, but with the quiet scratch of Jefferson's quill pen. Suicide, he wrote, and the word became history. It was a clean, simple answer to a messy, horrifying death. It allowed the nation to mourn a tragic hero without having to confront a darker possibility, that its institutions were so corrupt and its frontier so lawless that a man like Lewis could be murdered with absolute impunity. So was this justice? Or was it merely the tidiest story? The law of men delivered a verdict of convenience, one that protected the powerful and quieted the scandal. But the justice of the mountains, the justice whispered around campfires and passed down through generations along the Natchez Trace, rendered a different verdict. It was a verdict of murder, a verdict that kept the case file open in the hearts of the people, even as the official record was slammed shut. The law had failed, leaving only the stubborn, unquiet ghost of the story to wander the trace, forever searching for a trial that was never held. For Meriwether Lewis's mother, Lucy Marks, life after the verdict was a long, cold winter of grief. She was forced to endure not only the loss of her son, but the official staining of his honor. While the nation's leaders accepted the story of a weak mind succumbing to madness, she began a mother's lonely crusade. She insisted to anyone who would listen that her son was a victim of foul play, fighting to reclaim his memory from the official narrative. She lived out her days with the unbearable burden of knowing that her son, the man who had conquered a continent, lay in an unmarked, unconsecrated grave, his death certificate signed by the very men who may have benefited from it. And what of John Pernier, Lewis's servant, the man who should have been by his side that night? His fate is one of the darkest and most unsettling footnotes to this story. He eventually made his way back to civilization, reportedly carrying some of Lewis's final possessions, but he never made it to Washington to deliver them. Shortly after his return, Pernier himself was dead. The official cause was a sudden illness, but rumors immediately swirled that he had been poisoned. Was he a loose end that needed to be tied up? A man who knew too much about who his master was meeting, or what was in those papers he carried? His quiet death feels less like a tragedy and more like the final chilling act of a cover-up. For Robert and Priscilla Grinder, there was no atonement, only a curse. They did not profit from the governor's death. In fact, their life spiraled downward. Their remote inn, once a simple stopover, became a place of infamy, a landmark of horror that travelers began to avoid. They lived out their lives in poverty, forever branded by the whispers of their neighbors. The justice of the mountains is slow, and it takes the form of suspicion and isolation. Whether they were guilty or innocent, the blood that soaked into their floorboards that night left a permanent stain on their lives, a ghost that would haunt their family for generations. But for the men in the halls of power, there was no curse, only reward. Frederick Bates, the meticulous schemer, got exactly what he wanted. With Lewis out of the way, he became the acting governor of the Upper Louisiana Territory, his ambition finally realized. And far away, the master of shadows, General James Wilkinson, breathed a sigh of relief. A great danger had been neutralized. He would continue his treacherous career for years, his secrets safe, his reputation intact. For them, Lewis's death wasn't a tragedy. It was a stepping stone. And so, the community did what communities always do in the face of an uncomfortable truth. It tried to forget. The story of what happened at Grinder's stand was pushed down, relegated from a national scandal to a local ghost story. The grave of the great explorer became overgrown, the wooden marker rotting away, his final resting place nearly reclaimed by the same wilderness he had once mapped. The scar on the land was slowly, deliberately, covered over by a blanket of collective silence, in the desperate hope that if no one spoke of it, the ghosts of that terrible night might finally fade away. The bloodline of Meriwether Lewis did not end in that lonely clearing, and the fire of his mother's conviction still burns in the hearts of his descendants. For decades, they have continued her fight. They are not hunting with rifles in the dark woods, but with petitions, and the promise of forensic science. They have pleaded with the National Park Service to allow for the exhumation of his remains, arguing that a modern examination could finally answer the question of the bullet trajectories and settle the 200-year-old debate. But just as Lewis was blocked by the bureaucracy of the War Department, so too are his descendants, met with a wall of resistance that prefers to let the past lie undisturbed. The fight for the truth continues, a modern echo of a very old battle. If you travel the old Natchez Trace today, you won't find the squalid, terrifying cabins of Grinder's Stand. The wilderness has reclaimed them. In their place, under the quiet shade of old trees, you will find a quiet, solemn monument. In 1848, the state of Tennessee erected a stone column over his grave. But it is not a whole column. It is broken, deliberately so, a powerful and tragic symbol of a great life cut violently short. It is a place of strange and somber peace now, a stop along a scenic parkway where visitors can read a plaque and pay their respects, many of them completely unaware of the furious, bloody mystery that lies just a few feet beneath the soil. But the monument is not the only thing that remains. For 200 years, the people who live in these hills and hollows have told another story, an echo that refuses to fade. They say the site is haunted. Travelers report seeing a spectral figure in early 19th century dress, pacing frantically near the grave, his face a mask of torment. They tell of phantom gunshots that ring out on cold October nights, and some swear that if you listen closely, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a desperate, disembodied voice crying out for a simple cup of water. They say his spirit cannot rest, because the truth of his end has never been brought into the light. So you see, my friends, the story never really ended. It is etched into stone, carried in the blood of his family, and whispered on the wind. The official documents may gather dust in an archive, and the politicians may prefer a tidy, simple history. But the land itself has not forgotten the blood that was spilled upon it. The mountains remember everything. And so we come back to the question that has haunted this patch of Tennessee ground for 2 centuries. Was it the final, desperate act of a broken man, or was it the perfect, cold-blooded murder of an American icon? The truth is, the trail has gone cold. The physical evidence is buried 6 feet deep. The only eyewitness told a story riddled with fear and contradiction, and the men who had the most to gain are long since turned to dust. In the end, we are left with 2 ghosts. The ghost of a hero whose mind, like an unmapped territory, contained shadows he could no longer navigate. And the ghost of a man of honor, silenced by assassins before he could expose the treason at the heart of the new nation. Which one you choose to believe depends on how much you trust the official story and how much you believe in the darkness that so often lurks just beyond the firelight. But this is more than just a murder mystery. It's a cautionary tale about the cost of greatness and the brutal transition from the wilderness of nature to the wilderness of men. Meriwether Lewis was a man who could face down a grizzly bear, but who was ultimately torn apart by whispers, paperwork, and the quiet betrayals of so-called civilization. His story is a chilling reminder that our greatest heroes are still just men, vulnerable to the same darkness that touches us all, whether it comes from within or from the barrel of an enemy's pistol. This is a profoundly Appalachian story. It teaches us that the most important truths are rarely written down in official reports or history books. They are kept alive in the hills and in the hollows. They are whispered from one generation to the next, becoming part of the land itself. The government closed its file on Meriwether Lewis over 200 years ago, but for those who listen to the whispers on the wind along the old Natchez Trace, the case is far from closed. And now, my friends, you know why. In the cold, coal-dusted hollows of 1930s West Virginia, a ghost walked the mountains. They called him Little Billy Rhodes. He was a thief who never took for himself, a phantom who left sacks of flour on the doorsteps of starving miners' shacks. Then, one day, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. No body, No trial, no final shootout. Just silence. The company bosses called him a dangerous criminal. The law called him a menace. But to the families trapped in the crushing grip of debt and desperation, he was something else entirely. A prayer answered in the dead of night. Was he a real man of flesh and blood? Or was he an idea, a spirit of defiance that lived in the hearts of a whole community? Today, we dig through a mountain of legend to find the truth, to understand how the quiet anger of 1,000 miners gave birth to the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes. To find the man, you have to dig past the myth, and the story they tell always begins in the same place. A grey, clapboard house in a nameless company town, indistinguishable from 100 others pressed into the folds of the West Virginia hills. It's a place where the air itself tastes of coal dust, and the only clock that matters is the steam whistle from the tipple. This wasn't a community, it was a holding pen, built for the sole purpose of extracting coal from the earth and loyalty from the men who mined it. They say Billy was born into a miner's family, like every other boy in the camp. His father was a man whose strength was legendary, able to load more tons in a shift than any two younger men, but who came home each night with a little more of the mountain ground into his lungs. His mother was a woman who could make a meal from next to nothing and find a way to patch a patch, her silence a testament to a resilience that ran deeper than any coal seam. In that small shack, he learned the unspoken code of the mountains. You protect your own, you owe no debt to an outsider who disrespects you, and you never, ever show weakness. The world outside that door, however, operated on a different code entirely. The turning point, the moment the boy became something more, came with the sound of a cough. It was his father's cough, a wet, ragged sound that signaled the end. Black lung. The company called it miner's asthma and docked his pay for missed shifts. When he finally succumbed, the company sent no condolences. They sent a man with a ledger to calculate the family's outstanding debt at the company store. The man who had given his life to the mine was now just a negative number in a book. The true breaking point came a week later. Billy, still a boy, but now the man of the house, watched his mother stand before the company store manager, a man with a soft belly and clean fingernails. She was pleading for a bag of flour on credit just until her oldest son could start in the mines. The manager checked his ledger, shook his head, and turned her away empty-handed. In that moment, Billy saw it all with a terrifying clarity. The injustice wasn't a mistake in the system, it was the system. He saw his mother's shame, the manager's indifference, and the well-stocked shelves that might as well have been a world away. That night, something in him hardened, turning his grief into a cold, sharp-edged purpose. He didn't cry. He watched. He began to truly see the woods that surrounded the camp, not as a playground, but as a sanctuary, a place with its own laws that the company couldn't touch. He learned the paths the guards walked, the timing of the supply wagons, the way a loose floorboard in the company store sang a different tune than the others. The mountains were teaching him, forging him. He was creating his own code, born from the ashes of his father's life. It was a simple code, but absolute. You do not harm a working man. You do not touch a family's meager possessions. You do not spill blood if it can be avoided. But you take back what was stolen, you humble the proud, and you deliver justice where the law refuses to tread. The boy who watched his mother walk away with nothing was gone. In his place stood a shadow, waiting for the right moment to fall. Before the full weight of the law and the focused rage of the coal barons came crashing down, there was a period of strange, tense equilibrium. The name Little Billy Rhodes settled over the hollows, not like a storm cloud, but like the persistent mountain fog, a constant, unseen presence that changed the landscape. He wasn't a man you'd meet at the company store. He was the reason you could walk past that store with your head held a little higher, knowing its power wasn't absolute. In those days, his legend was written on the porches of the needy. A family whose father was too sick to work would wake to find a side of bacon and a sack of potatoes by the door, left sometime between the last patrol of the company guards and the first light of dawn. A widow, facing eviction, might find a handful of real US dollars tucked into the frame of her screen door, just enough to pacify the company man for another month. These weren't grand gestures, they were acts of targeted survival, a quiet redistribution of stolen wages. His relationship with the community was a sacred, unspoken pact. They were his eyes and ears. A child playing by the creek might see a new company guard and mention it to his father. That evening, the information would travel through the camp. A ripple of warning passed in hushed tones between miners at the coalface, between women hanging laundry on the line. In return, the community became a fortress of silence. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, slow shrugs, and the impenetrable wall of mountain folk protecting their own. Little Billy? Can't say I know the man. This was Billy in his prime, a master of his domain. He moved through the world of the company town like a ghost in his own house. He knew which guards drank on duty, which managers were careless with their keys, and which routes the payroll wagon took on the last Friday of the month. He wasn't just a thief, he was an intelligence operative in a war nobody had officially declared. He had turned the mountains that imprisoned his people into his greatest weapon, a labyrinth of shadow and stone where he was king. This fragile balance was the world he had built, a world he sought to protect. It was a place where fear was no longer the only currency, where a single defiant man could hold back the tide of corporate greed. He had given his people more than just food and money. He had given them hope, a dangerous and priceless commodity. And it was this very success, this growing legend, that would eventually become the greatest threat to his existence. But a man who lives by a code is also a predictable man. And little Billy's greatest strength, that unwavering white-hot sense of justice, was also the one crack in his armor. He wasn't a cold strategist. He was a man fueled by a righteous fire. His heists on company property were calculated, almost impersonal acts of war. But when the cruelty of the system took on a human face, his response became deeply, dangerously personal. The story they tell is of a new mine foreman, a man named Blackwood, who came to the camp with a reputation for breaking unions and a temper as foul as mine drainage. Blackwood wasn't content to simply enforce the rules. He reveled in the humiliation of the miners. One afternoon, he publicly berated an elderly miner, a man who had worked the seams for 40 years, for being too slow, kicking the old man's lunch pail into the mud and mocking him in front of his crew. For Billy Rhodes, this was not a matter of scrip or payroll. This was an intolerable affront to the dignity of his people. The system wasn't just starving them, it was now spitting in their faces. That night, little Billy didn't go to the company store. He slipped past Blackwood's own yard dogs, through the window of his private residence, and into the room where the foreman slept. He stole nothing of value. Instead, he took Blackwood's prized double-barreled shotgun from its rack over the mantel, broke it clean over his knee, and laid the two splintered pieces on the pillow next to the sleeping man's head. To the miners who heard the story whispered the next day, it was a moment of pure triumph. But in truth, it was a grave error. It was the first time Billy had let his anger guide him instead of his reason. He had shown his hand. He had revealed that the way to get to the ghost wasn't to guard the safes, but to wound the community. He had proven that he could be baited, that his fury could be aimed. And in the cold, calculating eyes of the coal company, a man who can be angered is a man who can be trapped. The company, led by the foreman Blackwood, understood its enemy now. Humiliated by the broken shotgun, Blackwood realized that the way to kill a ghost is to attack what it loves. He stopped looking for a man in the shadows and started looking for a lever in the community, a way to force little Billy into the light. And he found that lever in a widow named Sarah, whose husband had been crushed in a rockfall the year before. Sarah and her young son were a symbol of the camp's suffering. and it was widely known that they were among the first to receive the Phantom's nocturnal gifts. The affront, when it came, was an act of calculated theatre. On a cold, drizzly morning, Blackwood and two of his hired guards marched to Sarah's shack. In front of the assembled miners heading to the morning shift, he accused her of consorting with thieves and possessing stolen company property. He wasn't arresting her. He was doing something far more cruel. He was evicting her. The guards began throwing her meager possessions out into the muddy street: a cast-iron skillet, a threadbare quilt, a small stack of books. Her son, no older than 7, ran out to grab his only real toy, a small bird carved from a piece of scrap wood. One of the guards deliberately stepped on it, crushing it under his boot heel. The news of this public humiliation spread through the mine faster than a gas leak. For the miners, it was a profound act of terror, a message that even the most vulnerable were not safe. For little Billy, hearing the story passed in enraged whispers, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration of war aimed directly at his soul. The crushed wooden bird, the woman's silent tears, the foreman's smug satisfaction, these images burned away all his caution and calculation. This was no longer about scrip or safes. The unwritten rules of their conflict had been shattered. Blackwood had crossed a sacred line, targeting the innocent to draw him out. In that moment, Billy's mission changed. The cool-headed strategist vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a cold, singular rage. He saw the face of the system, and it was Blackwood's face. The foreman had taken a silent war and made it deafeningly personal. This was the point of no return. To let this stand would be to admit defeat, to tell the miners that their champion was powerless against true cruelty. It would poison the very hope he had cultivated. A response was no longer a choice. It was an obligation. The trap had been set, the bait had been taken, and little Billy Rhodes began walking a path from which there could be no turning back. The character of the Hollows changed. The whispers about little Billy, once filled with a kind of reverent excitement, were now laced with dread. The older miners, the ones with the deepest scars and longest memories, knew what this kind of escalation meant. They'd seen it before in strikes that ended in bloodshed. An attack on company property was one thing. A direct, personal war with a company man was an invitation for a massacre. They knew that when a hornet's nest is kicked, it isn't just the one who kicked it that gets stung. An old miner, a man who had worked alongside Billy's father, sought him out. He met him not in the camp, but in the deep woods, at a place marked by a lightning-scarred oak. He didn't plead. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had buried too many friends. "It's a trap, son," he said, his voice raspy from a lifetime of coal dust. "Blackwood is goading you. He wants you to come at him. He wants a reason to bring in the guns from Baldwin Felts and turn this camp into a war zone. You do this, and every family here will pay the price for your anger." Others sent messages through the silent network of the community. They urged patience. The unions were getting stronger, they argued. Roosevelt's government was starting to make noise. There were other ways to fight, slower ways that wouldn't get people killed. They were offering him a path of compromise, a chance to let his personal fury cool and melt back into the collective struggle. They were begging their ghost to remain a ghost, not to become a target. But Billy's ears were deaf to caution. From his perspective, their pleas for patience sounded like a quiet acceptance of defeat. How could he wait for a union organizer to arrive next month when a widow and her son were homeless now? His entire existence was built on the principle of immediate, tangible justice. To ignore Blackwood's cruelty would be to break his own code, to betray the very people he was trying to protect. He saw their warnings not as wisdom, but as the fear that had kept them all in chains. His response, passed back to the old miner, was chilling in its finality. He put a woman and her child in the mud. There's no waiting after that. The conversation was over. His actions grew bolder and more personal. He no longer cared about stealth. One night, the two guards Blackwood had used to evict Sarah woke up to find their shotguns missing and a dead black snake coiled on each of their doorsteps. a clear mountain threat. Then he went for Blackwood himself. The foreman came out one morning to find a single pristine bullet sitting on his porch railing, a promise of what was to come. The ghost was no longer content to rob. He was now actively hunting. Each act was another step down a narrowing path, stripping away his anonymity and locking him into a collision course. He was ignoring every outstretched hand, every offered exit, his eyes fixed only on the man who had become the embodiment of all his hatred. The company brought in new guards, hard-faced men from out of state who didn't know the miners' names and didn't care to learn them. They patrolled the camp in pairs, shotguns held at the ready, turning the already tense atmosphere into a powder keg, waiting for a spark. The community that had been Billy's shield was now a prison for its own people, and he was the reason. The weight of that knowledge led him to the one place he could think clearly, a rocky outcrop high above the camp, a crow's nest where he could watch the lights of the shacks below without being seen. It was there she found him. Sarah. The old miner who had warned him must have told her where to look. She didn't approach with fear, but with a weary, heartbreaking resolve. She stood before him, a simple woman in a worn dress, and in the pale moonlight he could see the profound exhaustion in her eyes. "You have to stop, Billy," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "This ain't justice. This is just more trouble." She told him how the other women now shied away from her, afraid to be seen as her friend. She told him how Blackwood's men followed her son home from his games by the creek. She explained that his gifts had become a curse, marking her family for persecution. "You wanted to give us hope," she pleaded, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. "But all I feel is fear. Every night I pray you don't do anything else in my name. Please, just disappear again. Let us be." For the first time since his father died, the cold certainty in his heart wavered. He looked at her face, and for a moment he saw not a cause, but a person he was breaking in his attempt to save her. Her words were a lifeline, a final off-ramp from the path of violence he was on. He could listen. He could heed the warnings of his own people. He could melt back into the mountains, let the Union men fight the long, slow battle, and allow the wounds to heal. He could let the ghost of little Billy die, and let the man live. But then he looked past her, down at the company town, lit by the cold electric glare of the tipple, and he saw the bars of the cage. He saw Blackwood's house, warm and bright, while Sarah stood before him shivering. The image of the crushed wooden bird flashed in his mind. To stop now, to walk away, felt like a deeper betrayal than any violence he could commit. It would mean that a man like Blackwood could break a child's spirit and pay no price. It would mean the system always wins. He looked back at Sarah, and the conflict in his eyes hardened back into resolve. "If I stop now," he said, his voice low and final, "then he wins. Then they all win. This has to end with him." He had heard the plea of the widow and chosen the path of the bullet. The final crossroads had been passed. The night of the payroll was a night of ritual. The heavy rains came, turning the camp's dirt streets into a river of mud, a perfect curtain of noise and shadow. Inside the company office, a single lamp cast a greasy yellow circle of light. Within that circle sat Blackwood, alone, the stacks of scrip and the few precious stacks of real dollars laid out before him like a king surveying his hoard. He was a man at the peak of his power, secure in his fortress of glass and wood. He did not hear the creak of the floorboards on the porch over the drumming of the rain. When the office door opened, it didn't swing gently. It was kicked inward, the lock splintering with a sharp crack. Blackwood looked up, not in fear, but in pure, undiluted rage. Standing there, framed in the doorway with the storm at his back, was no longer a ghost. It was a man, soaked to the bone, his face pale and set like a death mask. For the first time, the two men were in the same room, the entire conflict of the hollows condensed into the 10 feet of space between them. Blackwood slowly pushed his chair back, a venomous smirk spreading across his face. "So the rat finally comes out of his hole," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to see what a real payroll looks like?" He gestured to the money on the desk, a clear and final act of mockery. Billy didn't look at the money. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, never left Blackwood's face. The world outside, the rain, the camp, the entire mountain, it all faded away. The universe had shrunk to the size of this one small, lamplit room. "This is for Sarah." Billy's voice was unnaturally calm, a quiet stone in the heart of the storm. "This is for the bird." Blackwood laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He started to rise, his hand moving toward a drawer in the desk. "That worthless woman, that brat, you threw your life away for—" He never finished the sentence. A flash of brilliant orange light filled the room, so bright and so brief it seemed to steal the very air. It was followed by a sound so immense, so absolute, it was more than a sound, it was a physical blow. The single window pane behind the desk shattered, and the lamp on the desk leapt into the air before crashing down, plunging the room into near darkness. The argument that had raged for a month was suddenly, permanently over. The heavy silence that rushed in to fill the void was broken only by the steady drumming of rain on the tin roof and the frantic metallic spin of a single silver dollar that had been knocked from a stack on the desk. It spun on the floorboards, a tiny, glittering whirlwind in the gloom, before it finally wobbled, fell, and was still. In that deafening quiet, Billy stood in the doorway, the cool rain on his back a stark contrast to the sudden, stifling heat in the room. He could smell the sharp, acrid scent of burnt powder hanging in the air. There was no feeling of victory, no satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow emptiness. The ghost of little Billy was gone, and in his place stood a man who had just crossed a line from which no one ever returns. For a long moment, Billy did not move. The only sound was the rain, a constant, indifferent witness. The ringing in his ears slowly subsided, replaced by a silence that was heavier than any noise. The fire that had driven him for months, that white-hot core of righteous fury, was gone. In its place was a profound and chilling emptiness, as if the act itself had scoured him clean of all emotion. He looked at the dark shape slumped behind the desk and felt nothing. Not triumph, not remorse, just the dead weight of a line crossed. A distant shout cut through the sound of the storm, followed by the frantic barking of a dog. The world was waking up to the sound of the shot. The spell was broken. He looked at the desk, at the stacks of scrip and cash scattered by the force of the blast. This was the prize, the very currency of the company's power. It was his for the taking. But he didn't move toward it. He realized with a sudden, devastating clarity that it meant nothing to him. It had never been about the money. He turned his back on the office, on the wealth, on the body of his enemy, and stepped back out into the rain. He didn't run. He simply receded, melting back into the storm that had delivered him. He moved with an animal's instinct, his feet finding sure purchase on the muddy paths he knew better than the lines on his own hand. The cold rain was a baptism, washing the smell of cordite from his clothes, but it couldn't wash the feeling from his soul. The mountain, his lifelong sanctuary and accomplice, was now his place of exile. The hollows and ridges that had once been his kingdom were now the walls of his banishment. From a high, hidden place, the same rocky outcrop where Sarah had pleaded with him, he watched the camp below erupt. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies in the dark as men emerged from their shacks, their shouts muffled by the downpour. A crowd was gathering around the company office. He was watching the consequences of his choice unfold, watching his own legend transform from a whisper of hope into a stark and bloody fact. The law would come now, and the company's wrath would be absolute. He had won his personal battle, but in doing so, he had lost his place in the world. The man known as Billy Rhodes was gone. Only the ghost remained, and its work was done. The ghost was gone, but the storm he had called down had only just begun to break over the hollows. Within days, the camp was transformed into an occupied territory. The company brought in a dozen more guards, hard-faced professionals whose only job was to make the miners pay for the sin of defiance. They patrolled the muddy streets with a swaggering authority, their shotguns a constant silent threat. The camp, once a place of quiet, simmering rebellion, was now gripped by a cold and open fear. The company's revenge was not swift and bloody, it was slow and suffocating. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. If a community could spawn a killer, then the entire community was sick and needed a harsh cure. Credit at the company store was cut off for everyone. The scrip-to-dollar exchange rate was slashed, rendering their meager pay almost worthless. Every privilege, every tiny bit of leeway was revoked. It was a campaign of collective punishment designed to grind the spirit of the miners into dust, to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The most profound wreckage was left at the feet of the very person Billy had sought to avenge. Sarah became a pariah. To the company, she was the witch who had conjured the devil. Her shack was watched constantly. To her neighbors, consumed by their own new hardships, she was a painful reminder of the trouble, the woman whose name was now tied to a killing. The whispers that had once been of support turned to whispers of blame. The other women would pull their children close when she passed, as if the tragedy were a contagion she carried. The gifts left on her porch had become a curse, just as she had feared. The sacred silence that had once been their shield now became a weapon turned inward. The unified front against the company cracked, splintering into factions of fear and resentment. Men who had once shared a nod of understanding now avoided each other's eyes. Was Billy a hero who went too far, or a fool who had brought this hell down upon them all? The question hung in the coal-dusted air, poisoning the relationships between families, turning a community of brothers into a collection of isolated, frightened individuals. In his quest for a pure, singular act of justice, little Billy had done the one thing his enemies never could. He had broken the spirit of the camp. He had cut the head off the snake, but in its place, 100 smaller serpents of fear, suspicion, and misery had grown. The single shot fired in the company office had not freed them. It had only tightened the chains, and now everyone was paying the price. The law that came to the Hollows was an alien thing. It arrived in polished cars that struggled on the muddy roads, carried by men in clean suits who looked at the mountains not with respect, but with a flat, assessing gaze. A company foreman was dead, and the world outside the camp demanded a resolution. But their target, the man whose name was now spoken only in fearful whispers, was gone. A ghost cannot be put in handcuffs. A legend cannot be put on trial. So the law, prodded by the immense pressure and deep pockets of the coal company, did what systems of power always do when they cannot find a culprit. They created one. Her name was Sarah. The charge was not murder, but a tangle of legal terms that meant little to the miners. Conspiracy, aiding and abetting a known fugitive. The trial was moved from the local courthouse to the county seat, a stage deliberately set to intimidate the mountain folk. It was a performance for an audience of one, the Blackwood Coal and Coke Company, who needed to demonstrate that the old code of the Hollows was dead, and their law was now the only law. The trial itself was the very picture of the culture clash. On one side sat the company lawyers, their arguments sharp, precise and cold, twisting the miners' code of silence into a web of conspiracy. Every miner who took the stand and claimed "I don't know" was another thread in the noose they were weaving around Sarah. On the other side, Sarah sat, a bewildered figure of quiet dignity. Her defense was the simple, unadorned truth. She told them about her husband's death, about her son's hunger, about the food that appeared on her porch like a miracle. Her simple truth was like a wooden bucket against a steel dam. It held nothing back. To the miners who packed the courtroom, their faces scrubbed clean but their eyes weary, Sarah was not a criminal. She was a martyr. They watched in stony silence as the life they understood, a life of loyalty, of protecting your own, of accepting help without asking questions, was presented to the jury as a criminal enterprise. They saw the proceedings not as a search for justice, but as the final public humiliation of their community. Their silence was no longer about protecting Billy Rhodes. It was a wall of contempt for the world that was judging them. The verdict, when it came, was a formality. Guilty. The judge, a man who would never understand the desperation of a company town, spoke of the sanctity of law and order as he sentenced her to 10 years in the state penitentiary. There were no gasps from the miners in the gallery. There was no outrage. There was only a deep, collective sigh, the sound of a people having their worst fears confirmed. They had seen the true face of the law, and it looked exactly like the face of the company boss. Was justice served? A court of law had delivered a verdict. A woman was sent to prison. A murder case was officially closed. But in the hollows, they knew the truth. The law hadn't brought justice. It had simply been the final weapon used to crush a rebellion. It had punished the victim to send a message to the ghost, and in doing so, proved that the only real crime in the eyes of the company was to be poor, hungry, and defiant. And what of the other side of this bloody coin? What became of the company that Blackwood served, the machine that had ground so many lives into dust? You might think the death of a foreman would be a blow, a disruption to their operations. But for Blackwood Coal and Coke, it was a godsend. Blackwood was a blunt instrument, and he had served his purpose. He was more valuable to them as a corpse than he ever was as a living man. His death became their martyr story, the perfect justification they presented to the newspapers and politicians for the brutal crackdown that followed. They hadn't lost a man. They had gained a pretext. In the immediate aftermath, the company prospered. With the camp terrified into submission and the last spark of defiance seemingly extinguished with Sarah's conviction, the mine became a model of ruthless efficiency. The new foreman they brought in wasn't a hot-tempered bully like Blackwood. He was a quiet, cold man with spectacles and a ledger, an accountant of human misery who never raised his voice and never had to. Production quotas were met and exceeded. The company store, now without any competition from phantom benefactors, squeezed every last cent from the miners. On paper, in the Charleston and Philadelphia boardrooms, the company had never been stronger. They had won. But a story like this has a way of seeping out of a hollow like a poisonous gas. Men who eventually left the camp carried the tale with them. Union organizers, hearing the whispers, took note. The tale of little Billy and the widow Sarah became a dark ballad sung in secret, a cautionary example of corporate cruelty at its most naked. The name Blackwood Coal and Coke became a stain, a name that would be invoked years later during the larger, bloodier mine wars that would eventually rock all of Appalachia. The company met no immediate justice. Their victory was real, and it was absolute. But in crushing that small camp, they had inadvertently created a legend that would fuel the very movement that would one day challenge their entire empire. They hadn't put out a fire. They had just buried the embers under a layer of dry tinder, waiting for a wind to blow. The years that followed were quiet ones, but it was the quiet of a graveyard, not of peace. Sarah's son grew up an orphan of the coal company's justice. He was taken in by a distant relative, but he was never truly one of them. He was a living ghost in the camp, a quiet, watchful boy whose eyes held the memory of a trauma the town was desperate to forget. The name he carried was as heavy as a seam of slate, a constant, unspoken reminder of the day the ghost walked among them and brought ruin. He learned early to be silent, to expect nothing, and to work. When he was old enough, he went into the same mine that had claimed his father, a final grim surrender to the system. The community did not rebuild, it scarred over. The names Billy and Sarah were buried under a thick blanket of unspoken agreement. To speak them was to invite bad luck, to pick at a wound that refused to heal. The spirit of open defiance that little Billy had briefly ignited was replaced by a weary, pragmatic obedience. Men loaded their coal, women stretched their scrip, and they kept their heads down. The power of the company was no longer a thing to be challenged. It was a feature of the landscape, as immovable and dangerous as the mountain itself. They had learned the price of a hero, and it was too high. But the story did not die. It seeped out of the hollow and was carried by the men who eventually left for other camps, for other mines. And there, it found fertile ground in the growing union movement. The tale of the widow, the foreman, and the ghost became a recruiting sergeant's sharpest tool. It was told in hushed tones in union halls and secret meetings, a perfect, brutal parable of why they had to fight back, not as individuals, but as one. The blood spilled in that small camp watered the roots of a more organized and far more formidable resistance. Nearly a decade later, a stooped, gray-haired woman stepped off a bus at the edge of the camp. Sarah had come home. But the place she returned to was a stranger's land. Her son was a man now, with coal dust etched into the lines on his face and a silence that mirrored her own. Their reunion was not one of joyful tears, but of a quiet, shared ache for a lifetime of lost years. She lived out her days in the small shack he provided for her, a ghost returned to a place haunted by the memory of what had been lost and what could never be regained. If you drive deep enough into those West Virginia hills today, and you know which forgotten state route to turn off of, you might find the place where the camp once stood. There's nothing there now but ghosts. Kudzu vines choke the life out of old stone foundations, and the rusted skeleton of a coal tipple stands against the sky like the ribs of some long-dead beast. The entrance to the mine is sealed with a slab of concrete, a final grey tombstone for the mountain's heart. The silence is absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling overhead. The company is gone, the houses are gone, the people are gone, but the story remains. It lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story was always meant to live in these mountains, as a ballad. They call it the Ballad of Billy Rhodes, and old men with calloused fingers still pick out the tune on worn-out guitars. The words have changed over the generations, but the core of it is always the same, a story of a stolen bird, a widow's tears, and a single shot that echoed in the rain. It's a ghost story told to children, a cautionary tale about the high cost of anger and the sharp edges of justice. The real monuments to this story aren't the crumbling foundations, but the two simple headstones in a nearby churchyard. One for Sarah and one for her son, who died an old man after a life spent in the mines, his silence as deep as the coal seams he worked. They are the tangible proof of the tragedy. But there is no stone for little Billy. His absence is his true memorial. By never being found, he was never reduced to a simple man of flesh and bone. He remains an idea, a spirit, and his name is still a kind of currency. In parts of those hills, when a new company comes in promising jobs but delivering poison in the water, when the deck feels impossibly stacked against the working man, you can sometimes hear his name invoked in a low murmur. This is the kind of thing that makes a man turn into little Billy. He is no longer a historical figure. He is a symbol of that final, desperate line between endurance and rebellion. The man is long gone, dust in an unmarked mountain grave, or perhaps an old man who died peacefully under a different name 1,000 miles away. But his spirit? It never left the hollow. They say that on nights when the fog hangs thick and low in the valleys, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you can almost feel him watching from the tree line. He is the whisper on the wind, the shadow that flits at the edge of your vision, the ghost of a name that reminds the world that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, there is a limit to what a man will endure. So we come to the end of the trail, back where we started, with the same question hanging in the air. Was little Billy Rhodes a hero or a villain? The truth, like a mountain stream, is never that clear. He wasn't a hero. A hero saves his people. Billy's righteous fury brought a world of pain down on the very community he bled for, proving that a single act of vengeance can be more destructive than years of quiet suffering. His victory was their catastrophe. But he was no villain. Villains are driven by greed or a lust for power. Billy was driven by a love so fierce it became a fire, and a sense of justice so pure it was blind to the consequences. He was a symptom of a disease, a violent reaction to an unbearable pressure. He was a man who became a monster to fight a monster, and in the end, he was consumed by the battle. In the end, this is a story about the terrible price of a justice that is demanded in a single moment with a single bullet. It's a lesson that individual righteousness, no matter how pure, is a poor weapon against a cold and faceless system. A man's rage can topple a foreman, but it cannot topple a company. All it can do is leave a scar on the land and a ghost in the memory of the people he tried to save. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes, a man who loved justice more than anything, but forgot to ask the people he was saving what that justice would cost them. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like 2 small ghosts leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. 2 children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from. The overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger. It was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannons with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannan homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book. It's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark. A cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky, were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Moorhead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch saloon or a suite in his Galt House hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Moorhead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These two worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun, their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood, and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Moorhead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks, and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of community straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election, it felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years. Taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, but the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be plowing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gun smoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, we must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galthouse Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on Election Day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff, he sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, the Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years, they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, the blood-soaked epicenter of the battle, stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Moorhead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, The land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Moorhead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on May 5th, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job. It was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house, so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store, where your dollar was worth 50 cents, and you were paid not in American money, but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit, and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor. It was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route, they knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice: submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option: war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death: the death of the spirit, or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it. A low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. Scatter. It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, It was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between 2 Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operators' power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gunsmoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, The old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question: which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did. The gun thugs are gone. But the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now. Their bodies return to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose.